Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Batia. For those who don't know me, several of people are on the line as well. So I'm the president and CEO of ANSI, American National Standards Institute. Welcome to our second day of the World Standards Week and this conference on synergies and shared interest in standards. Keep those words in mind because we'll be talking about synergies and sharing and supporting and working with each other. It is great to see so many of you, both virtually and here in DC. Now, almost 2 decades ago, many of the same people who are here today gathered in Andy Updegrove's, they gathered in Andy Updegrove's office in Boston many years ago, 2 decades ago, on what was to become the United States Standards Strategy, which at that time was called the National Standards Strategy. And today, we're still working together for greater benefit of our nation, its engagement and leadership in global activities, and welcoming even more stakeholders to the table to be engaged. As broad and diverse as our community has become, we still have very much in common. Critical emerging technologies, an evolving and aging standards workforce, and political influences across the country and around the world are impacting all of our work and all of the work of people that are engaged and working with us today. Consortia and other standard forums, as well as ANSI's accredited standards developers, are also facing these same dynamics and same problems. Challenges bring opportunities, opportunities to evolve, grow, and transform. Often we can learn and benefit from the experiences of others, and hopefully we'll be doing that. That's why ANSI is hosting today's conference, to bring us all together to discuss our shared environment and what we like to learn from others, to exchange the best practices, and to collaborate on U.S. and global standards activities. We have an impressive lineup of speakers today. Well, they're supposed to be sitting here, but they're here. They're all over the room. They will open conversations leading to the exchange of information, resources, and ideas that may in turn lead to exciting new opportunities for collaboration and working towards advancing. Our morning session will showcase how organizations are approaching standards development amid new pressures to do more, do it faster, and with fewer resources. In the afternoon, we'll tackle the politicization of standards development and how our community has found itself in the center of political debates and controversies and growing trade tensions. I think we'll need to be talking about that. During the lunch break, ANSI's board chair, Phil Pocara, Phil is there, Phil? Phil is here today. He was coming in yesterday. So Phil and I will provide a brief overview. I'm not so sure if so brief in some sections, but brief overview of ANSI's efforts over the past year to address these issues and many others in the standards and conformity assessment arenas. We've been very, very active working with you to support you and your teams and broader standards community. Your input shapes our work, so please share your thoughts as the day progresses today and tomorrow. Now I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. Here he is, Andy Updegrove. Andy is a big advocate for effectiveness of the private sector standards community and the work of consortia in the standardizations. As I mentioned, he has been an integral part of collaborations of this community for many years. He's a longtime member of ANSI's board of directors and has served tirelessly on many committees. And as a member of the board of directors of ANSI's affiliate, which didn't exist 20 years ago, WorkRed, which we formed about 10 years ago. He has helped to grow the organization along with the help of others to recognize it as an entity of workforce credentialing in the global environment. Global may be reaching too far, at least in the U.S. environment. Andy is the founder of Jesmer Updegrove LLC and has represented more than 200 high-tech standards setting and promotional consortia, open sources foundations, and open science projects. Andy, on behalf of all of us here and those who are with us spread around the country, let me say how much we appreciate your decades of long commitment to collaboration and information sharing among all of the community that we are part of. Thank you very much. We look forward to your keynote, and we look forward to your contributions with your team that you have gathered. Come on over. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the kind words, Joe. It's been a pleasure all these years working with you and everyone else in the ANSI family. I'd like to extend my own welcome to all today. Thank you for everyone who's in the room and those joining us online. For those who don't know me, as Joe mentioned, let me make sure with my laptop. It's interesting. There we go. As Joe mentioned, I've worked primarily with consortia, but also representing ANSI-accredited organizations and other types of collaborations for more than 35 years. And during that time, I've come to appreciate how effective as well as underappreciated the global standards development infrastructure is. You know, as we all know, literally everything we rely on in everyday life relies to a greater or lesser extent on standards. Indeed, government itself, particularly in the case of reference standards, relies on the private sector collaboration with government agency staff to create untold hundreds, if not thousands, of standards that get referenced into law, thereby saving untold millions of tax dollars that would otherwise be spent on creating equivalent regulations. All of this, you know, happens under the radar of the average person, most of whom aren't even aware that standards organizations even exist. Now, this reality has both good and bad sides. To the good, it allows people like us to largely go about our business without interruption or complications. But it's to the bad in that most people, including those on the Hill, as well as those who work for corporations, have little reason to know or understand what a delicate and precious process standards development is. Sometimes that can be a problem. Today we're going to focus on two particular challenges, as Joe mentioned, confronting standards developers of all types, from traditional SDOs to consortia to open source projects that are dipping their toes for the first time into standards development for the first time. Those challenges are the politicalization of standards and finding the resources necessary to get the job done. Now, the second of these challenges, of course, is hardly new. We've all been struggling with this throughout our careers of standards development. How are we actually going to get the standards made that our stakeholders have told us or let us know they need in order to do their jobs? The bedrock of standards development in this country has for many years been volunteerism in the private sector, supported by the active engagement of government personnel. This system was codified into law in the Technology Transfer and Advancement Act of 1995, by means of which Congress basically voted itself out of the standards development business in favor of that public-private collaborative approach hosted by private sector nonprofits. And this approach has been remarkably successful, not only at home but abroad, with the result that American leadership has by any measure been disproportionately influential across the global development landscape. From the number of tags hosted by US-based SDOs to consortia founded by US-headquartered corporations, and ANSI can claim a great deal of credit for this result. But the simple act of grinding the standard sausage is a continuing challenge. Recently, ANSI conducted a survey of SDOs that included this question: what are the top 3 challenges facing your organization today? And a large number of those responses focused on what can broadly be defined as resource issues. How to get and keep skilled staff, how to increase member engagement, the aging out of skilled SDO and member staff. In short, as Joe mentioned, how to do more with less. We'll talk more about that later this morning, and I look forward to a productive exchange of ideas about how we can meet this particular challenge. The second area of concern fleshed out in the ANSI survey that we'll focus on today, though, I think is even more serious and actually represents what can accurately be called an existential threat to standards development. And that concern, as noted, is politicalization, something that we've not encountered frequently in recent decades, but which is very much a part of the standards landscape today. And that'll be the focus of our discussion this afternoon. Standards development has historically proceeded out of the political limelight, but recently this has changed. There's a perception among some on the Hill that US interests in standards development are being undermined by China. As we all know, the European Union has recently moved to exclude non-EU headquartered companies from participating in the development of standards that have been commissioned by Brussels. And meanwhile, in this country, some legislators have introduced amendments to bills that would seek to require what they refer to as democratic values in standards development, which is not, I don't think, a phrase that I can recall hearing until recently. So what do all of these cross currents have in common? Unfortunately, they all endanger the highly successful, hugely important, and eminently fragile standards development infrastructure that has evolved over the past 140 years. How? Well, by introducing the concept that one country or one region has the right to impose its own unique requirements on a system that can survive and thrive only if it's permitted to maintain its own consensus-based rules and values. Let me give you an example that many of us are painfully aware of. Several years ago, the US Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, placed Huawei and many other Chinese entities on what is referred to as the BIS entity list, without adding a clear exemption for standards development activities. Okay, so why did this matter? Well, it matters because US companies are barred from disclosing a broad range of non-public technology to any company or other body that's on the entity list. And such disclosures obviously can occur in the course of standards development where the standards relate to any of those areas, many areas of technology. The immediate result was that every US company had to determine whether it could or could not participate in a given standards organization. And of course, many large IT companies are members of hundreds of standards organizations. If Huawei or another entity list company or university was also a member of that standards organization. And every standards organization where Huawei was a member, and there were hundreds, had to determine how it would react to the new mandate if it wished to retain US participation. Or perhaps it didn't care that much about US participation in the case of some international organizations. Adding Huawei to the entity list was problematic in another way that it received less attention. That's because that company is reported to own more than 14,000 patents in 5G technology. I believe that's something like 60% of all 5G patents in all. Excuse me, I got behind myself here. But Huawei goes beyond that. It's also made key contributions to many organizations. It reports that it's a member of 600 different standards in similar organizations. It holds key positions in over 2/3 of them and has made 65,000 technical contributions to standards developers. And for any of you who are members of standards organizations where this issue came up, you probably realized that there were no US companies that were advocating for excluding Huawei. Quite the opposite, they wanted to be sure that Huawei could continue to participate in those organizations. But under the rules of the vast majority of these organizations, Huawei would be required to provide licenses on non-discriminatory terms to its essential patents under any of the standards that it helped to develop. In other words, having Huawei in the room meant that when they participated in developing a standard, their patent portfolio was on the table. But if Huawei were to be excluded in the future, it would be free to sue every vendor and user of any new standard that might be necessarily infringed by one of its 14,000 patents that happen to be infringed by that standard. So in other words, Having Huawei out of the room would cause a problem, whereas having Huawei in the room helps to solve a problem. Worse, if relations with China should worsen, China may decide to create its own telecom standards, as it did with TD-SMA 3G standards and with its WAPI wireless standards 2 decades ago. Some of you may remember that. Standards essential patents owned by Chinese entity list companies could therefore be weaponized, leading to waves of Chinese company infringement suits against vendors selling products conforming to non-Chinese 5G standards, and even against customers using those products. Another result of the addition of Huawei to the entity list without a clear standards exemption was the disruption of the operations of the hundreds of standards organizations Huawei participated in. Some of these organizations quickly determined that their processes fell within existing analogous exemptions. Fortunately, that included basically all ANSI accredited organizations. So that was a bullet ducked in the case of that type of organization. But it wasn't true for most consortia and for many other standards organizations. And many of those quickly concluded that their processes did not fit within the existing exemptions from the BIS rules, forcing them to overhaul their standards development processes, in some cases radically. A difficult and painful process that we helped many of our clients through, and I can tell you it was difficult, it was expensive, it was time-consuming, and it used resources that could better have been spent in other more productive directions. A difficult and painful process. Others were unable to determine with certainty whether they complied or not, or how much they might need to change in order to be safe. Some legacy and European influence standards organizations stated that they were compliant, but participating American companies concluded, and I believe rightly, that this was not the case, forcing these American companies to opt out of important working groups where Huawei was a participant. The result was a policy paradox. As a result of a US decision, Huawei was free to participate in the development of some vital 5G standards, while US companies felt compelled to stand aside. Industry pleas for further guidance were eventually answered, and BIS issued an interim final rule that resolved most, if not all, uncertainties, but it took literally years to reach this important resolution. But the fallout did not end there. By then, some standards organizations had chosen to leave the US entirely due to the negative reaction of non-US members who understandably resented a unilateral effort by the US to remake the rules of international organizations. This reaction arose even where the organizations in question were exempt from entity list concerns. For example, in November of 2019, 5 months after Huawei was added to the entity list, a client of ours called RISC-V Foundation, the leading open hardware standards organization, and one actually quite important under the CHIPS Act, announced that it would move to and reincorporate in Switzerland, where it was now known as RISC-V International. Its executive director was quoted by Reuters saying, "From around the world, we've heard that if the corporation was not in the US, we would be a lot more comfortable." 6 months later, the Eclipse Foundation, one of the 3 most influential global open source foundations, made a similar decision, announcing that it would move to and reincorporate in Belgium, where it publicly stated that it was relocating to follow its growth in Europe, but it seemed much more likely to everyone that it would not have taken so radical a step absent the undercurrent of unhappiness over unilateral US actions. Existing standards organizations and open source foundations, as well as new organizations in formation, continue to ask themselves today whether they would be better off abroad. And some advocates in Europe are now calling for quote unquote European open source projects instead of projects open to all. And if you follow open source, that's a concept that's totally antithetical to the idea of open source as we know it. So what is the moral of this cautionary tale? I would argue it as this: we must commit to better understanding and more regular communication between legislators, regulators, and the private sector to be sure that new government actions have only anticipated and favorable results. A second lesson is that we need to respect the independence of the global standards development system, which has for so long upheld the consensus-based values that we all espouse. Its remarkable success is firmly based on its trusted reputation for neutrality, a principle enshrined in the Agreement on Technical Barriers to Trade under the World Trade Organization, which precludes signatories from adopting unjustifiable local standards and compliance requirements, ensuring open international participation in standards development among signatory nations. You may recall that I alluded earlier to democratic values and standards development. Recently, several amendments to proposed legislation have been put forward that sought to require standards organizations to demonstrate such attributes in their government structures. Now, however well maintained such requirements might be, if enacted, this would represent a new threat to the global standards development infrastructure by once again putting forth the proposition that one nation can impose its unique requirements on global standards organizations. Now, this is serious business. After all, if the US feels entitled to impose mandates on the governance of standards organizations, what is it to prevent the European Union from doing the same, or China, or the Russian Federation, or indeed anyone else? When any nation seeks to impose special requirements on standards development, this invaluable infrastructure is therefore endangered, because if one nation can act in this respect, all nations can. And if that becomes the order of the day, then the standards development infrastructure we all believe in may come to an end. Now, this is not to say that threats to the United States leadership in standards development can't arise, but the solution must not be to reciprocate. Instead, we need to double down on supporting the system that has served us so well and for so long. We can and should pursue our goals, but we should do so by working through existing, well-respected processes and not weaken those same structures. So let me close with a few suggestions for what government can do to address the politicalization of standards. First, it should advocate rather than mandate. If we perceive that a standards organization vital to the national interest is being manipulated by a foreign nation, we should rally American and allied members of that standards organization to seek action within the existing rules of that organization. We should not mandate changes that may leave US companies caught in the middle and incentivize more standards organizations to move abroad. Second, we should help those in Washington better understand how standards organizations operate so that we can set policy. Accordingly, legislatures and their staffs in turn should reach out to standards organizations and their memberships in order to avoid actions destined to adversely impact standards development and act more quickly to ameliorate those impacts if they occur nonetheless. Next, those on the Hill should recognize the vital role of consortia and open source software foundations. To date, government has focused primarily on traditional standards organizations, even as consortia and open source software have become ever more vital to the national interest. Next, I believe that government should take greater advantage of NIST and ANSI. While ANSI and NIST have worked closely together for decades, the ability of these organizations to act as a bridge between government and the private sector could be better utilized more frequently and to greater effect. Finally, I believe that the administration should convene a private sector standards advisory council that could act as a standing resource to provide rapid and valuable perspective to the legislators and their staff when policymakers first consider actions that might have adverse impacts on standard developers. Actions such as these could only serve to avoid unintended consequences and to sustain American leadership in the vital but underappreciated arena of global standards development. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today. It's a privilege to speak to each of you, and I think we probably have time for one or two questions before we turn to our panelists. All right. As I mentioned, we're delighted to have a group of skilled professionals on the stage ahead of you, and this first panel will be the one that focuses on challenges to standards organizations today, loosely grouped under the topic of resources. You know, how do we get things done when we don't have all the tools? How do we figure out how to get the tools? How do we figure out if all else fails, how to do more with less? So let me ask everyone to quickly self-identify themselves, self-introduce themselves, and then we'll get down to business.
I'm Scott McGrath.
Morning, everyone. I'm Travis Murdoch with ASTM.
Hi, Andy Russell, SUNY Polytechnic Institute.
Chuck Adams with the IEEE.
Nicole Gray with BTM Group.
Great. And we're going to do this in a very organized fashion from stage, I always forget, stage right or stage left? Anyway, this end to that end, which means we're going to kick off with Scott. Scott, tell us what we need to know.
Oh, there's no pressure, Andy. Thank you. I appreciate the opening. I appreciate being here. When approaching this discussion and meeting the panelists in preparation, it occurred to me that I need to keep my comments brief because I, like you, I really want to hear what they have to say. But I am going to give you a little bit of my perspective in this. OASIS, is a standards developing organization. We've been doing this for 30 years. We don't have much of we don't have a specific technology we support. Like, we're not the, people used to call us, we're the XML consortium, but it's certainly very much broader than that. We've been doing it for 30 years, and what we do is we bring together groups that have standards needs, right? And as I said, I've been here for 25 of the 30 years of the organization, so I'm going to share a little bit of perspective of what's worked and what hasn't worked. And for us, we think we're unique, right? And of course, everyone in the room thinks their organization is unique, right? But one of the things that makes us unique is the listening process we take with people starting committees to find out, where they are, what they really need to do, and the value of the work. We don't have a governing board or some really smart dude in a corner office to say, that's a good project, start that project. No, don't start that project. We measure the market, if you will. We see, who are the key players in the industry, what's their read on the project. There's a lot of background conversation behind it before a project is even started. And that's probably the value we add to the process, is counseling people who, have an interest, and they may have a clean vision, or they may be, as we all see, the ever popular solution looking for a problem to solve, right? So we try and suss that out with people. The OASIS process is ANSI accredited. We're past submitted to the ISO ITU world. And interesting, the conversation with Andy about the EU issues, we're a member of the European multi-stakeholder platform, which is basically a way of getting our standards to be available for public procurement in the absence of being ISO certified. So it's another path to adoption, and it's a relatively efficient process, because we think the OASIS process is quick, and it has a potential of getting standards into the European market in a way that doesn't always work. That said, we do that predominantly through what we call technical committees, the traditional standard-setting activities. We also have some what we call open projects, which is a much more open source support mechanism with open source licensing and open source participation models, open source tools, of course. And we support some other foundations and a few ISO or ANSI. We work with ANSI on a few tags. But as I said, what we really do is we really look to build market. We really look to identify what's going to work, what's going to have an impact. And we work generally through structured information standards, which is a phrase that I'd like to explain to an audience like this, because for all the people here, I have to remember that maybe you're not all, info tech people. I saw someone here from the ADA, and I really hope this is a foreign phrase for you, right? That the American Dental Association, I guess we could be clear. But structured information standards, the SIS in OASIS, by the way, is what we do and what we focus on. They're business standards, they're communication standards, mostly for machines talking to machines. When you use your cell phone to open your car or to start your car, depending on what platform, you may be well communicating with an OASIS standard. And so that's the kind of machine-to-machine stuff that takes place. I like to use an example of the Common Alerting Protocol. Why do I use this one? Because I understand it. We have a lot of work in cybersecurity and network management and stuff that's completely baffling to me. You look at my background, I'm an MBA, I'm not a software engineer. But the Common Alerting Protocol is pretty cool, right? Because it enables open communication for a whole series of competitive vendors who might be selling emergency management software to local cities and counties and states, and to federal agencies for managing their emergency, FEMA, people like that. And using our protocols, they then can communicate broadly and freely with a whole bunch of recipients of those messages. Like, you know how we get the Amber Alert on your phone, or the signboard, the things in the airport and stuff. Those messages of all using the CAP protocol. And in fact, that's how the competition works, right? No one has to be the specialist in that. All they have to know is we're going to communicate or we're going to be able to receive a cap message, and we can play in this market. So it becomes very competitive, and it opens up doors to new uses and new ideas, including the tsunami warning network. There's a global network of sensors in the ocean that detect tsunamis, right? And they communicate locally and then globally, because there has to be cross-jurisdictional, because frankly, tsunamis don't respect global borders well. So we had to build a framework that works nicely internationally. That said, I was going to arrange a demonstration of how cool this standard is for you, but I was a little bit off. Last Wednesday, you received a message from FEMA. Everyone in this room who has a phone or who is near a TV or radio all consumed a message from the system that just a few years ago was kind of a pipe dream. By the way, that integrated public alert warning system standard was created in less than 6 months. So there you go. Now I press the next button, and I've not gotten anything next, so I'll do that again. There we go. Talking a little bit about what we think makes standards faster, because I said I'm going to share some experience of what works and what hasn't. I'm going to say this a few different times, a few different ways, but our committee charters are vital. We spend a lot of staff time on that, because we have to help people understand what's going to motivate others around them, right? Everyone has a great idea, right? We have to convince them of a way to communicate their idea in a way that is engaging to other people, because what we want to do is we want to get the broad market involved. We want to, as I said, that's the test. If no one cares about your cool idea, it's still an interesting academic discussion, but it's not going to drive revenue for anyone. It's not going to save anyone money. It's not going to help people with guidelines. So one of the things I should mention, by the way, is I mentioned IPAWS was done in less than 6 months. That's pretty productive, right? Why did they do that? Well, it just so happened there's FCC rulemaking in place that said you had to be done by then. So deadlines are very cool. One of the things we look to is, in the way the world has been changing, is the idea of when does licensing kick in, right? Standards licensing for us, the license kicks in at the end of the process, whereas in open source activities, the licensing is often contributed as part of is made as part of the contribution. The marketplace seems to like that, and we're trying to figure out how that plays into the whole space. We find the bigger the community, the better. I think of the cohesive spheres where the committee might be a very tight group, but we want to keep a lot of concentric circles of implementers and folks involved. I also mentioned the whole idea of how the committee leadership is so vital in both the technical understanding of where we're going with the project and just the personal leadership. And that's why I want to hear from some of these guys as they talk about developing their development team process. We've all seen the Gartner hype curve. We think of it as a truism, right? I think everyone sees the script, so yeah, I can relate to that. One of the things that we really struggle with today, and I think is an evolution and a real opportunity for our industrial leaders, is to increase the support for personal leadership, the technical vision, because you have to get through that, as Gartner calls it, that trough of disillusionment in the process. Everyone starts in, everyone has great excitement, and then the real work begins. And as we live in a world where people have great expectations of other people doing the work, someone has to do the work and someone has to lead the work. One quick comment, because I've heard said about open source, I would point out that it's completely normal in our space. Everyone who's a software engineer thinks and breathes and has their resume or CV in open source repositories. That's am I a good developer? See what commits I made to GitHub. So that's undeniable, and we're not going to stop that. So don't bother. I mentioned the licensing is an advantage. I think what we really have to figure out as standards developers is where open source fits in our ecology. It's great for early development. It's great for testing and implementation. And I think our greatest value from open source is to find a way to have open source as part of our feedback loop and part of our ecology. I said earlier today, and Andy, as we're walking over here, that a few years ago, it felt like open source was part of the standard setting ecology. And it may be in the future that standard setting is part of the open source ecology. But to think of a world of one or the other certainly is an incorrect view of what I think is going to happen. So, I offer the opportunity to continue the conversation. I offer, again, because I want to hear from these folks. So I'll wrap it here. And if there's any quick questions now, otherwise we can move on down the panel.
I think logistically, what we thought we would do would be to do the presentations first and then do questions after the break. You'll see that there are pads of paper on your table. So if you think of a question during the presentations, maybe you can jot it down so you'll be sure to remember when we get to that. Quick note on open source. It seems like we talk a lot about open source, but it used to be that standards organizations did some things and software organizations did other things. But it's kind of hard to avoid software. You do automotive standards? Well, you're doing software standards now. You're doing building standards? Well, you're doing some software in there. You're doing HVAC? Well, you've got building controllers. So software has sort of eaten its way throughout the entire standards ecosystem, where you're talking about pharma or automotive or just about anything else. So Travis,
Sure.
take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy, for starting things off, and Joe as well. Fellow panelists, everybody here today, appreciate the invite. Special thanks to Scott and Oasis for shaking up my task group call with one of my committees last week with the female alert. That really got, hearing everybody's phones go off was pretty entertaining. Yeah. So I'm with ASTM International. Part of my role there deals primarily with, my core role is managing a handful of our nearly 150 different technical committees that we have operating around the world. My other role, and part of the reason why I'm here today, is I handle our academic outreach program, our engagement with students in universities. But along the lines of this conversation today, I'm just talking about the kind of pipeline we have for creating awareness, getting folks in college and out of college prepared for a world where they're going to need to work with standards, and then hopefully bringing them into the fold, knowing that standards are living documents. We want to make sure that our committees aren't doing the work today in vain, that they're able to pass the torch down to the next generation of subject matter experts, and then carry that work on into the future. We kind of want to keep this going throughout. We want to make sure that we're constantly training and educating everybody, knowing that there's that fear of the unknown element that comes into getting involved in the world of standards. I use myself as an example, and I'm sure that majority, if not all the people in this room can relate, of getting out of undergrad or getting out of college, getting into the working world and having no clue what voluntary consensus standards are, and just kind of being thrown to the wolves, more or less. But basically, I'm trying to change that, and I appreciate everybody else that's helping me out along the way or also involved and feel the same way. I want to educate the next generation, knowing that there's tons of opportunities out there as long as they could take advantage of it. Just a quick run through of everything that we've got that we're working on. It kind of starts off with that academic piece, starting off with undergraduate, graduate students, professors, faculty, everything else at the university level, to make sure that they know of standards, even better if they know of ASTM standards. But we want to make sure that they're aware of them, they understand what they are, they understand that they may need to use them, and there's also college requirements that force them to use them or at least know of them. Next up in the line is our student membership. That's free for students to participate. Again, it gives them a little bit more information of what's going on, some opportunities for them to take advantage of. We have different things that I oversee, from our flagship graduate scholarship that's $10,000 given out to 4 students every year. We also have project grants to support undergraduate students working on capstone senior design programs that, by ABET accredited schools, the requirements are that they have to incorporate some piece of standards within those. Other opportunities that we have to promote educators and faculty that are helping us accomplish this mission by teaching the students, bringing standards into the classroom, into the lab, and on campus. We want to recognize them. And also just making sure that they're informed of other specific opportunities, knowing that ASTM as a whole is very, very broad, but our technical committees are the ones that really want and need this engagement. So they're the ones that we want to make sure that they either have the tools that they can use to invite students and faculty to participate, and also give them opportunities to do so as well too. Next up is we're seeing a lot more at the graduate student level. When I started with the program in ASTM a couple years ago, it was we had students that were clearly just Googling ASTM and Googling standards and just putting this into their applications. Now the applications that I'm getting are from graduate students that are involved in our task groups. They're referencing work items or standards projects we've got going on. Some of them are already taking on officer or leadership roles within our committees. They're actively engaged and they're still graduate students. So we see that we want to shift this from awareness into engagement. We want to start working with them and collaborating with them, using them as a member and as a resource to contribute to the influence of standards, bringing new standards or revising existing content. And then next up after that, of course, is when they get onto, when they get out in the industry, they're getting into our technical committees. We want to make sure we're properly onboarding them. We know that there's a bit of a learning curve when you get into the actual standards committee setting and you're attending meetings and voting on ballots and contributing like that. More often than not, you're kind of jumping into a room where everybody knows everybody and everybody knows what's going on and you're the odd one out. We recognize that and we want to make sure that we have all the tools in place for our new members to make sure that they're comfortable in that setting. We can kind of shorten that learning curve and help them get a leg up when they come to meetings and also kind of encourage them to come back. We don't want to neglect them so that they come and attend a meeting and they're like, I don't know what's going on. I don't see any value of being here. We want to make sure that they know they get the value and they feel welcome and comfortable in coming. An extension of that too is then kind of moves on to our emerging professionals program. This is where we have our committees identify new members that look like they're going to be potential leaders within the committee and kind of even bring them into the fold even more and give them more opportunities. So we do with our fall committee meetings, we have a program dedicated specifically to this. We call it our Emerging Professionals Program. This has been highly successful over the last couple of years. The committees have embraced it. Nearly all of our committees have taken advantage of it, have sent multiple members through. It's also a great succession planning for companies and organizations that are involved to bring in new folks. The committees can recognize them and send them to meetings, give them a crash course on ASTM, along with a professional development course that teaches some of the soft skills that are necessary for dealing with those committee meetings and negotiating and building consensus. And then again, getting into just making sure that we're constantly touching on education pieces, keeping our members informed of what's going on, knowing that our practices and our tools and resources change daily, if not annually, but we want to make sure that they're aware of the common practices that we have in place, the tools that they have in place. We do a lot of this through our virtual classroom. It's just online courses that are all done through our website. We have some on-demand stuff, but most of the finer topics we do monthly. We'll do them live sessions virtually so that members can join and attend. It's all free and complimentary for them to participate in, and we try to promote that as much as we can. And then an advancement of that is then going into our officers training workshop, which is another annual program that we have in the fall. And this is dedicated for those that are taking on specific leadership roles within our committee. So kind of looking at this as a whole, start to finish, we're just kind of basically building them all up to kind of serve as those future leaders. I want to make sure that we're pushing everybody through these and encouraging them to take advantage of these resources. It's great too, because all of these give folks kind of that inner committee, or I guess inter-committee connections, but intra-committee connections as well too, where they can hear what others are doing, how others are operating, knowing that a lot of the committees are dealing with specific markets, specific industries, but they're able to kind of interact with that common denominator being ASTM and their committee membership. They're able to kind of share ideas and learn from one another, which is great. But overall, we're looking at, what can we improve, what can we build upon, and it's kind of hard to pick because we can build on all of these. There's room for growth in all of these. We can advance all of these. There's technology that's constantly evolving that we can take advantage of. But again, it's difficult to do when we have fewer resources or fewer interests. We can push this out as much as we can, but we want to make sure that it's actually being heard and we get people interested in that. My take on that is, starting as early as possible, even going back even farther than the undergraduate and graduate level at the university. Even I know other countries have been successful in starting K through 12 programs or the like. It would be great to do more of that. But at the same time, if we can kind of transition our work that we've done at the academic level to getting more of that engagement with the students, with the faculty, and having them participate as contributing members within our committees is going to be a game changer. If we can continue to foster that, it's going to make all those other programs fall in line. So with that, I think Scott, this clicker is not working.
That's extremely impressive. I remember when I first learned about ASTM some decades ago and realized that at that time, ASTM had developed over 15,000 standards, and realized that that's more standards than most countries in the world have developed. So America and groups like ASTM are standards exporters as well as domestic standards organizations. In listening to that, it sounds like, I don't know how much collaboration there is between IEEE and ASTM and other organizations that have these impressive training programs. If there isn't a lot of collaboration, Joe, I wonder whether something ANSI might do would be to see whether there's a way to leverage all these good efforts, particularly to support universities where it's always been problematic getting the resources dedicated there. At least we could supplement those resources. Do you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, Andy, I follow up on that. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the ANSI's Committee on Education. I'm past chair of that group. I know Andy's been involved, and a handful of other folks in this room. I see Ali's back there. He's our incoming chair. Got to call him out. But we just met last week for our first in person since pre-pandemic. It was great to see everybody back together. But that's an excellent forum. There's many others as well too, especially at the university level. They have tons of groups that are interested and want the resources that we have and we're able to provide. But having collaborative spaces and that, knowing that we're all doing like-minded things, especially at IEEE, at UL, at NIST, everybody that's involved, we're all kind of doing these programs. We've leveraged a lot from one another and borrowed ideas. That's the nice thing about kind of the education piece of this is there is that open sharing to it, but we want to make sure we're all kind of after the same goal. So if we can work together and come up with these solutions, I'm all for it, and we have been successful so far.
Good. Well, that sounds like a great segue to Andrew.
Good. Thank you.
How does it look from the university side of the issue?
Well, that's exactly what I've been thinking as I've been listening to these presentations, as I'm going to give you a view from the campus, and also appreciation to everyone who organized this. It's fitting together really well. Also, on the last note, a nod to the NIST curriculum development program, which has supported me in the past and dozens of other people in developing curriculum on campus. So I want to tell you a little bit about SUNY Poly and how we fit and how it looks from our point of view. So we're one of 64 campuses in the SUNY system, the State University of New York system. SUNY Poly has 4 colleges in engineering, arts and sciences, health sciences, and business. We fit between, in the spectrum of higher ed, between a research university and a community college or more vocational oriented institution. The landscape in upstate New York right now is very different than it was even 10 or 20 years ago with the emergence of semiconductor firms. Micron announced it was going to build a plant in Syracuse. Wolfspeed is right next door to our campus in Marcy, New York. So things are changing in what I used to refer to as the deindustrialized Northeast. It's now the reindustrializing Northeast. SUNY Poly is what I think of as a standards-rich environment. So if you remember the ANSI posters of the world of standards, and you could look around and see buses and people walking, and there's standards everywhere. That's true on our college campus as well as any college campus as well. To say nothing about federal and state regulations, we are a unionized environment. In the SUNY system, where there's over 400,000 students, 84,000 students, and so standards and compliance is really the name of the game when it comes to leadership at a campus level. The same is true with our programs accredited by Middle States Commission on Higher Education, as well as ABET was mentioned, the same with the health sciences field and with accounting and so on and so forth. I say this to emphasize the point that the faculty and to an increasing extent the students are familiar with standards and compliance mindset, as well as cultures of assessment and continuous improvement. Several faculty also are active on voluntary consensus committees. This includes one faculty member who said he's active in ASCE Design Standard 7 that's being updated now to reflect their policy statement 360 about the effects of climate change. So that's gotten him pretty interested in contributing to that committee. Another junior faculty member, so the first guy is a full professor, no real incentive to do it for promotion and tenure. The second one is an assistant professor who feels it's in his own professional best interest to contribute to NIST's 5G public working group on Service Federation for 5G. Faculty members are involved in the American Institute for Steel and Iron, and more. So I could go on and on about that. So what are we doing to build a diverse, standards literate pipeline? It's really the big question of this session that I latched onto. First, it has to be said, I'm proud to live in a state where diversity, equity, and inclusion aren't dirty words. They are spoken clearly and proudly by our chancellor and governor. I never thought I'd have to say that, but I'm proud, and I know everyone else in the SUNY system is proud as well. It's not something we should take for granted. In practice, what this means for our campus is that we have a high degree of first-generation and Pell eligible students. 39% of our students are eligible for Pell grants. So-called non-traditional students, as well as refugee and migrant populations, veterans, those are all served by our campus. Our industry partners have values that closely align with ours, and in many cases, they've actually been out in front of us when it comes to recruiting and developing students for the workforce and pulling from typically underrepresented populations. So I was just at a graduation event called Real Life Rosies, where the Manufacturers Association gave scholarships to women, mostly refugee women, some from Ukraine, some from Southeast Asia, to prepare them to contribute and to get jobs in our expanding semiconductor ecosystem. So that's one example where we feel that reaching populations that aren't the typical college population of the 18 to 22-year-old male mechanical engineer, that's not what our partners are asking us to do, and that's not what we're doing. We're taking a much broader approach. So, yeah, you do really have to crank down on this. So the secret to our approach really has to do with experiential learning. And so I'm going to talk through a couple of different projects to illustrate what I mean by experiential learning, or you might know this as project-based learning. I'll talk quickly about the Baja Club, the SAE Baja Club, some projects that we've been doing around green buildings, and then some other course level quick hitters on materials testing, Travis, you'll be happy, software, and more. So Baja SAE, what a great competition this is. It's a student club competition. It's not a course or let alone required course. If you're not familiar, engineering students are tasked to design and build an off-road vehicle. It's a single-seat all-terrain sporting vehicle whose structure contains a driver, and I've got some pictures here of our vehicle as well as students working in our labs on it. So they must function as a team, not only to design, build, test, promote, and race a vehicle, but also to generate financial support through their project and manage their educational priorities. When I talked to our Baja Club advisor, he reminded me and emphasized that the student clubs are held to the standards defined in the SAE Baja rulebook, over 100 pages that have specifications for anywhere from administration to technical requirements, static and dynamic events, and so on. So it's really, in my mind, a model of how an engineering society can get involved and get students engaged and into a standards mindset. It's not just me who thinks this clearly. They held events in the spring, 80 teams at each event, 3 events throughout the country in Oregon, Wisconsin, and Ohio. So it's a big deal. And there's also bridge competitions that ASCE and AISI have organized and more. So competitions, experiential learning with standards is a great way to get students excited. Second project I want to talk about is our Green Building Experiential Learning Collaborative. This was funded by a grant that came from SUNY, from the State University of New York, in 2018. The goal of the project was a partnership across 3 SUNY campuses to grow the clean energy workforce, and by making our campuses into living laboratories. So we had some specific goals when we launched this project. We wanted to develop across the 3 campuses 7 new courses, to certify 7 buildings, to train 10 faculty or staff for the LEED AP certification, and to get 100 students certified in the LEED GA certification. As of 2023, we met some goals and didn't quite meet others. We designed 9 courses and have delivered 9 courses as opposed to 7. Only 3 buildings certified on campuses. This take some time, as you probably know. 16 faculty or staff as opposed to the 10 that was a project goal. So our faculty and staff really responded to this. 92 students out of the 100 who got the lead GA certification, so not quite there. But overall, in the courses, 268 students were exposed to a full semester course about what it means to engage with green buildings and LEED certification. So, of course, there were social media involved, and here's a couple of students doing some air testing in our certified building on campus. And, you know, they say don't read the comments, but in this case, I had to put one comment. And this comes from a community member who said, well, this is really cool. And I'd like to find out more about how to use these instruments to test air in buildings where I've worked throughout my entire career. So this is the kind of public outreach function. It's getting people engaged. They might not be serving on committees, but it's getting people engaged and informed about what happens with voluntary consensus standards. So the last slide that I've got is just to emphasize that this is happening throughout our campus. I don't think our campus is unusual in this regard. And so I think it's really producing the sorts of results that we like to see due to the collaborative efforts that Travis mentioned. So for example, in civil engineering technology, principles of geotechnical engineering, we use 10 ASTM standards to test soils. Same in another course, civil engineering materials, 12 ASTM standards are used to conduct 12 different tests. In interdisciplinary studies, 103, one of the themed courses is metrics and measurement. And so in this course, they learn about the history of the metric system, as well as quantification in general from humanistic and social scientific perspectives. They use the NIST blog, Taking Measure, for course assignments and course discussion. So the content that people are providing is being used. In mechanical engineering, they use ANSI drafting standards. It's built into the software. Our programs in some of our largest programs in campus, whether it's computer science, cybersecurity, interactive media and game design, and on and on and on. All of those are using software, and all of those are reckoning with different ways to structure their work in their professional paths, dealing with standards, including open source standards, and this thorny question of what makes something a standard versus what makes something just a good practice. So I could say more. There's simulation exercises that I've done in my classroom back when I was teaching a few years ago. And we're connected with FIRST. FIRST Robotics is, we mentioned the K through 12, before they get to university is a great way to recruit students, and like the Baja competition, is rules-based and standards-based. So that's about all I've got to say. I think the main points to take away are experiential learning and partnerships. That's really what we do and how we keep the pathways fresh.
It's quite an impressive program. I wonder, is there any place where universities like SUNY can showcase what they're doing that universities that aren't as active could go see, what sorts of programs they might be inspired to create at their own university? Is there any consolidated place?
There was, and maybe someone in this room knows what has happened with ISIS, the International Cooperation around Education Standardization. So it was a biannual conference. The last one I went to was in Montreal. I haven't seen it active recently, but that was good for national as well as international participation.
Sounds like it would not be a bad idea. I don't know if that's something that ANSI would want to do, but it's a lot easier to create something that someone else has created that you might not think of yourself. So that might be a useful, adjunct to efforts to improve the current situation. Well, that's great. Thank you. Chuck.
Thank you. What I'd like to share with you this morning is in aspects of a case study that reflects on the integration of open source and standards. This was done within the IEEE. I'm not here to promote the IEEE or endorse the pros and cons of open source, but to share with you a journey that the IEEE embarked upon that actually initiated about 7 years ago. And it was done in collaboration with the SA itself as well as its industry community. Hit the right button here.
Really got it.
Oh, hit really hard. So, well, I don't want to really dwell so much on the IEEE per se, to be able to understand how the open source evolved in the IEEE, it takes a little bit of introduction to what the SA is. For those of you that are familiar with the IEEE, it's basically an organization that's a professional community. But within the IEEE, the Standards Association, which is now referred to as the SA, is the on-ramp for industry to become engaged with IEEE activities. It's a very proactive global community, as many of you know. And over the past couple of years, we've begun the deployment of integrating or providing the opportunity to align or integrate open source within the standards development process. We're at the early stages of this. The deployment or evolution of the operational stages started about 2020. Today, we have about 40 open source standards activities. As we go through the presentation, I'll kind of share with you how this alignment has come together. But the result is working with industry and those that have an interest in the implementing open source. Open source has now evolved as part of the portfolio of offerings that the IEEE provides for industry. So what is open source and how is it, how is it integrated within the IEEE? Well, when industry came to the SA back around 2016 and made its initial introduction of what open source could be, the focus was on the business model and what the opportunities were. Open source has many aspects in terms of where it can be aligned and what it can relate to. As shown on the chart, open source can relate to hardware, can relate to software, can relate to post-deployment of products. It relates to basically a spectrum of things. And basically, if you look at how the IEEE has defined open source does not apply only to software. It's looking at open source in terms of hardware, data, documentation, all aspects of where communities can come together in a collaborative way and address these activities and make them in a way that is complementary and synergistic with the standards process. So what has been this journey? Well, when industry came to the IEEE and started sharing the opportunity of open source within the standards process, it basically looked at the growth of what was perceived to be open source in the future. It also looked at what could be synergistic between standards development and open source development. Standards was viewed as something that is always going to be needed, it's always going to be necessary. It looks at the relationships, the interoperability. Open source looks at, in many cases, the implementation of the various activities that are associated with the development cycle. They have two different processes for development. One is sort of an open, consensus process. The other is a process that has a structure that has maintainers, contributors, participants. So the two of them had to be aligned together. And this was the journey that took place over the past 7 years. What was shared with the SA as we embarked upon it was the advantages that open source could bring to industry. It looked at the evolution of the software in product deliverables. As hardware becomes a less important part in terms of the revenue stream, software, its maintenance and support becomes a very important part of industry's revenue stream. It also becomes a support aspect of supporting products as they go to market in terms of maintenance, support, deployment, things of that nature. It was also viewed that future technologies are going to be very dependent upon open source software. The future of AI, cloud computing, quantum computer. While there's obviously very important hardware aspects, there's also very important software impacts that was viewed as needing standardization. So how did we get there? Back in 2016, several industry participants within the SA came to the Board of Governors and proposed that we begin to look at and view the opportunity that could be associated with open source. They presented it as a business model in terms of the value proposition to the industry participants, to their customers, to the fact that that they were pursuing rapid market implementation. They were pursuing software that could be complementary to the standards development process. All good discussions and all relevant. But then we embarked upon a period of about 4 years. And during this 4 years, the SA reviewed the opportunity, the challenges, what was going to be necessary, what was going to be needed to implement it. And it was looked at as a collaborative process. Industry shared its perspective in terms of what the needs, the requirements, and how the process would function, how it would evolve. The SA provided its resources in terms of looking at implementing the framework, the processes, the structure that would be needed to support and enhance the proposals that had come forward. This process went through, as I said, about 4 years. In 2020, the Board of Governors of the SA approved the proposal, and we embarked upon a process of implementing and deploying open source. We look at open source as sort of a multi-tiered activity. Initially, it was software. The first piece was to integrate and align software development with the standards development process. The second piece was to open up the platforms that folks could come in, or industry participants or individuals could leverage the platform, pursue projects, early stage projects that may evolve into future standardization. Looked at the possibility of providing consortia type activities that were based upon or leveraged open source. The fourth tier actually is hardware open source. That we haven't really addressed in great detail, although we've looked at the licenses that would be necessary to support it. So the last 3 years, we've embarked upon the actual implementation of the processes, the framework, the repositories, all the necessary structures that would be necessary to support open source. And gradually have integrated the open source development process into our standards development process. So again, the process was in developing a business model, looking at industry requirements, looking at the opportunities, investment, and resources of the SA, and also beginning to get a better handle on the open source culture. If we were going to deploy open source, it had to be aligned seamlessly with the broader open source communities. We needed to understand open source in terms of the development process, While the companies involved in the standards development and the open source development were often the same, the folks that were involved in the actual development processes tended to be different, had different focus, and we had to ensure that we had the elements in place that these pieces could come together. We also recognized that we had to create a platform. We had to create the processes and the procedures. We wanted to ensure that we had a community development platform so folks could come in and do their own development activities without, if they didn't want to leverage the standards processes. And we wanted to ensure that we had the enablement there to support broader industry structures. We did this with industry. Industry was very involved in developing this framework, helping us develop all the underlying pieces that were necessary, understanding the types of licenses that we needed, how do we integrate, alternate licenses, what's the processes we needed to have, how balloting processes worked, how contributor license agreements worked, and ensure that there was a governance process that was fair and open and met the requirements that ANSI would establish upon a standards development process. So in terms of the standards model, basically, we saw 4 elements of the standards development process. The first was pre-standards development, where folks were to be able to come together, work in a sandbox per se, to evaluate opportunities that could maybe be pursued in future standardization activities. We looked at ensuring that we had the support structure in place, that open source could be a part of the normative process of the standard, whether full or partial. A standard might have traditional standard components as well as open source components, and the 2 pieces had to work together. The software could be documented, or the open source could be used in the reference implementations that would be associated in an informative structure within the standards, and also looking at a future where we could begin to evaluate compliance testing that was associated with the software that was developed in the open source model. As I said, to do this, we had to ensure that we had approved processes in place and governance structures in place. And we also had to ensure that we had a platform that the users would be comfortable with and recognized as a viable and platform with the appropriate management structures in place, that they had the comfort levels they needed to move forward. I won't go into detail here, but when we talked about the platform, some of the aspects that the participants or the industry groups that came together said we need to ensure that we had, in addition to a recognized repository and software development platform, it had to have all the necessary support aspects in terms of collaboration, continuous integration, continuous deployment. We had to have a planning process, a project management structure in place. We need to have the tools that we could support testing, an environment that folks felt safe in, had an appropriate code of conduct, and all the collaboration tools that would be viewed as necessary were available. We also recognized that the integration of open source in the standards process could not be disruptive. It had to be synergistic, it had to be complementary. We wanted a process that there was no incremental cost associated with in the standards development process to the developers. So it was set up to be available without cost, both to the standards in the standards development process and in what we called the community development process. Those that were interested in leveraging and utilizing the platform for activities that may lead to standards development projects in the future. The interest that,
Maybe we can wrap up.
wrap up, yeah. Folks can recognize this. This was some of the opportunities that, that industry was shared with us that they wanted to pursue. So in conclusion, we basically were setting, a process together that could be used, that aligned with standards in terms of transparency, speed of development, reliability, cost effectiveness, scalable, what have you. And with that, we'll close and
Thank you.
move on.
One of the reasons we thought that open source would be good to add to this is that standards organizations, compete with other organizations just the way profit companies do. And so much of collaboration is moving towards open source and away from traditional standards. If you were here yesterday, you heard Jason Matuso from Microsoft say that their contributions into standards work could drop from over 400, I think it was per month, to 50, while their contributions to open source projects now run at 800,000 to 1 million a month, which is an extraordinary amount of activity. One of our clients, Linux Foundation, has now hosted over 1,000 projects, and through its Joint Development Foundation, it now hosts over 240 standards development activities. So for those of you that do technical work where software is relevant, I'd encourage you to think of yourselves less as standards organizations and more as solutions organizations, which is what we tell our clients. I help IEEE upgrade their IPR infrastructure in order to do this. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, at a company, and says, I really need to develop a standard. What they wake up and say is, I have a problem that I realize can only be solved through collaboration and widespread adoption. And then they go from there to, well, what's the approach I'm going to use to get there? And increasingly, companies are deciding that there's an open source solution there rather than a standard solution that they want to pursue. So if this is something you haven't considered before, and if open source is relevant to your activities as an SDO, certainly encourage you to think about whether you want to broaden your remit to cover that activity, because the reality is that if you don't, it will go elsewhere. There's more places to go to than there were a short time ago. And speaking of more places to go to, for those of you who are traditional SDOs, what you may not realize is that the majority of consortia are much, much more lightweight than traditional organizations. I would say that about 80% of consortia have budgets between $200,000 and $1 million. And at most, they might have 1 or 2 dedicated staff. And one of the ways that they do that is by going to an organization like VTM, of which Nicole is the CEO, which provides the complete range of services that an organization needs to exist. So you can literally say, help us hire an executive director, and they do everything else that you need. So the particular perspective that Nicole brings is that they've helped over the last 25 years or so set up and manage hundreds of standards consortia. So what you guys are facing in one organization, they've faced in hundreds of organizations. So I'm looking forward to hearing her observations on how to do more with less.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. So like Andy said, we manage right now currently over 70 of these standard associations. Some are open source, but technically most of them are just hard-hitting standards that you would see in the day-to-day like high-tech industry. We have often run in with our clients to, how do I get more out of my work groups? And it's a plague within everything that I think these gentlemen have worked on as well. And for that, a lot of it, as we've seen, and I think Scott hit on it as well, is your leadership knows how to, your work group members know how to work on the standard. They know how to do the high-tech stuff, but they don't know how to market their work group. They don't know how to go out and generate members to participate in their work group, to rubber hit the road and start working on these standards or these projects that everybody's working on. And a lot of this that we see is communication. The work group members kind of get involved, they understand how to be a member, but they don't know where to get involved in the work group. How do I take my skill set and help you in whatever standard you're working on or whatever work group is pertaining to them? And a lot of this is ROI. What's the ROI for myself? What's the ROI for my company? How do I go to my management and say, okay, I want to participate in this work group. I want to go to these face-to-face meetings. That takes a little budget sometimes. So a lot of it is the value statement and helping them understand what's the ROI for you and your company. How you can do this is you can, as the chair of your work group, which is hard, pick up the phone, send an email, introduce yourself to new members, and help them understand how do they get involved. Is there a site that they can go to, like a Causeway, an online collaboration platform, to say, okay, here's the work group, here's how you get involved, here's how you receive emails, here's the meeting calendars, here's the document repository with all the documents so you can go and get yourself up to speed on what we're working on, and help them kind of handhold them through that process a bit. If you're a chairperson that can market a little bit better and write a blog or a newsletter post, if you have a quarterly newsletter per se, provide an update and say what your work group's working on. What are the projects? What's of interest to the members that they can maybe garner and say, okay, yeah, I would love to help with that. I'll get involved. Report out at members meetings. We're all face-to-face finally again. It's a great time to stand up and help the members understand what your work group is working on and what could be of interest to them. Webinars, similar type of platform for you. For that one, it's interesting, like projects that you're working on and roadmap. Where are you going? What's it going to take to get there, and what volunteers are you seeking? My favorite one is surveying the members. I know that this is kind of old hat, and it's hard to get people to respond to you, but there's creative ways to do that. But really, it helps you understand what your members are looking for and maybe where your pitfalls are. What communication is not happening that they need to see from you? What are kind of the improvements you can make, and then create an engagement plan and stick to that plan. It kind of goes back to what Andy was saying earlier. You can kind of garner the feedback, but you have to take that feedback and do something with it and make a plan with your staff. And then networking opportunities. This goes back to kind of universities even. People are looking for engaging with their peers, and more so the younger generations looking to find mentors. And there's a deep amount of people that have been in standards for 20 plus years and can provide a lot to the younger generations to help them understand what they can get out of for themselves, their personal careers and their ROI, as well as what they can do for their companies. I mean, a lot of deals I have been, I've seen kind of help happen at receptions at members' meetings across the world. So more so is chaos. If you are a great work group chair that really has the tech going on, but you're a chaotic mess when it comes to your work group members, make it easy for them. This is where an online collaboration tool is very helpful. That's a document repository, a calendaring system. You can have your voting. Everything is one place. It's a single sign-on, and it's very efficient for members to just kind of understand where all my information is, how do I get involved, and where can I put all of my single information. Work group policies and procedures. I've worked on lots of these with Andy. It's very helpful to have policies and procedures for your work groups so that you take the guesswork out of how to run the actual work group. A key part of this is voting, right? You have to re-vote in your work group chair, officers, even for the board, right? You need everything in one document that helps everybody understand what are the rules of the game. That's also helpful for succession planning. Obviously, you have turnover with work group chairs. This helps everybody be on the same page as you're going forward and you're coming into the work group. And an approved budget and guidelines on spending. I've seen this so many times where the board is very, they understand what's going on with the budget, how to spend, what every work group budget is for, but the work group chairs are lost. They don't understand what budget they have access to and then how to spend that money and what are the guidelines for that. So being clear and communicating that out to your work group chairs. And then meeting management. This is where it is helpful to have staff in a management firm because we do this for all of our work groups, and that is we bring organization to it. Does your chair have an agenda? Is that sent out prior to the meeting so the work group participants understand what's going to be talked about in that work group for that meeting? Ensure your meeting minutes are being produced during every meeting, and then they're posted online so that if you're absent for a meeting, then you can go back and read so you can get up to date for the next meeting or understand any missed action items or motions that may have been passed. So a lot of us struggled with this with the Great Resignation, doing more with less staff. I know BTM wasn't immune to this over the couple years, 2022 and 23. It forced us at that point to kind of look at streamlining our workflows and cross-training staff. We've always cross-trained, but this really forced us to look at how we do that best. And we do quarterly whiteboarding sessions right now with all of our divisions. We have engineering, project management, and marketing and PR. So each division kind of sits down with their leaders every quarter, pencils out all the different clients that we have, and then understands, okay, what resources do we have available? Where are we having maybe some pitfalls or gaps? Where are we looking to kind of have emerging leaders to train, to upskill them, and then understand what those maybe inefficiencies are as well. And it just kind of sets the reset for us, and we understand what we're looking for, and then any holes if we're gonna have to try to train up or even potentially hire. And doing this, we forced time tracking, and that was incredibly useful to understand the analytics behind that. And it was helpful for us to say, okay, here is where we have some gaps in our staffing, and here's how we can easily kind of train up to get the next kind of workflow up. Shared project management software, we started using Asana, which was really helpful, and it got everybody on the same page. Again, those platforms where you can kind of have single source document repository for everything and project management flow to get everyone on the same page, incredibly useful. I go back to Causeway, the online collaboration tool. Again, everything is in one place, and it's very helpful when we had to do a lot of training, when we did struggle with turnover in those little short amount of times. This provided single sign-on for our managers to help get the new staff trained, because everything was in one place between Asana and Causeway. And then clear administrative and operational policies and procedures. Again, we create them all for our work groups, but then internally with our staff, these are vital documents that we're continuously improving. I've been at BTM for 21 years, and these documents have been iterated many, many, many times as we've gone, and new ways of enhancing our efficiencies, et cetera, have been identified. So this is everything from our financial policies and procedures and how we maintain that, as well as membership policies and procedures, all the way down to how do you write meeting minutes, because that's kind of lost on a lot of people. So again, I can't stress enough having policies and procedures that really turn into training docs, which is really helpful. And then the basic HR skills that we've all learned over the years as managers, and that's fostering an environment of investing in our staff. And through 2020, we all saw that flexible work environment was something that we were forced into for quite some time, and then a lot of people did not want to come back into the office. So we struggled with a little bit of turnover with that, and I know most companies did. Now everybody's kind of getting a little bit more flexible and becoming 3 days in the office, 2 days at home, et cetera. So just if you can provide flexible working arrangements for your staff, that seems to be incredibly valuable, especially to the kind of newer generations in the workforce. And then provide training and enhance staff skills and capabilities. I always love to ask staff, what are you looking for? What do you want personally out of your career? How do I help you get there? And then working with them in continuous one-on-ones to really grow them and get them invested in the company. And empowering staff to make decisions. Try not to be a gateway. If it's a simple decision that they can kind of learn, and if they mistake, it's not going to be disastrous, and empower them and get them to move forward. Encourage work-life balance. This goes back to even, flexible working arrangements. Understand that they're a person and that they want to be seen and heard, and work with them so burnout and turnover don't affect your overall company. One thing that we do at BTM is obviously a lot of us travel internationally often, and if we can, if it's possible, they are coming back from an international trip, give them a comp day and just say, hey, rest up and we'll see you Monday or whenever you get back. And if budget just isn't in it and you can't do a full-time headcount, then you can look at outsourcing for firm like BTM, or there's others in the industry that are management firms, as well as just 1099 contractors. These can fill gaps for downtime with staffing or peaks and valleys, if you will. There's easy one-offs like planning events or work group support, bookkeeping, membership services, finances, et cetera. A lot of us do à la carte, so if you just need help because you just had turnover and you need help with an upcoming members meeting in Berlin, we can easily jump in and help with that and kind of move through it. Contractors, same thing. So kind of in sum, I know a lot of us are struggling with resourcing and getting participation, retention, all of that. My personal opinion is that a lot of it comes down to communication. Are you communicating? Are you making it easy to get involved? Are you showing value to your members? Are you showcasing that in a way that they're understanding and that resonates with them and their management so that, renewals happen at the end of the day?
Wonderful. Well, thank you. That was a wealth of good advice. Like you, we've created templates for anything a standards organization or an open source organization could do, because early on I realized that in collaboration, creativity tends to be more punished than rewarded. People have been getting together to create standards for a long time, and there's ways to do it that are good ways, and people have evolved those ways over a long period of time. So it's sort of a classic, don't reinvent the wheel, see what's succeeding with other organizations, and then follow down the steps. I mean, add your own little improvements, but there's a way to do this. Well, that brings us to break time, and after everyone is recaffeinated, looking forward not only to your questions, but I hope you'll share your experiences and your best practices and your tips for everyone else as well. So maybe we can get back a little before 11:30, and we'll look forward to what you have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, once you get
The marketing pitch was,
across the
there's not
border
too many communities that can deal with the cross.
start heading up towards Albany and stuff.
Most standards organizations
Good ride.
Right, they don't have the resources.
Sounds like I have a hot mic, so I might as well start talking.
Intelligence, right?
If everyone could take their seats.
So again,
That's exciting.
it is kind of
Yeah,
exciting.
I'll send you some
and
stuff, and if there's,
I mean,
opportunity
again,
to
it's,
come in and talk to
time will
anybody,
tell. Fortunately, we have actually, I said go to the SA or the IEEE.
But if we can get something especially around.
All right.
And one of the reasons they went.
Stacy Leisner, our technical lead here,
Like
is
a balance sheet.
Yeah.
telling me I have to get
They
started.
had money
I know,
they could invest.
I think
to build the
RIT's done a lot of
business.
stuff. They're
And
probably a
it
little
took
bit
an
farther
upfront
up.
investment, and industry wasn't
Yeah,
interested in
that'd be
the
cool. I know, like the
giving them
COA
money to
too.
develop
They're
it.
trying to help them out for next year. I
So
think.
that was the
See if I can
collaboration.
get
Yeah.
a spot from
That's
like we did with
amazing. Yeah, I was
there at
excited
George
to
Mason
see that.
I'm
last week.
prepared to name names
And
if
if
I
we can
have
get
to.
I hadn't seen it
I'm gonna
yet, so
try
that
to see if I
was-
could do
that's
something
good
with
stuff.
Drexel next fall.
So it's,
If you guys could come down, it'd be great.
all right, but it's
I gotta ask
been
first,
fun. I
mean,
mean, we have.
I gotta make sure they'll let me come. But yeah, that'd be another opportunity. I think they're gonna
this
try
thing
to start
called the
doing
Open Source
those meetings
Committee,
on
which
campuses
is
in the fall.
Right now is a report to our Board of Governors.
Okay.
That's who was involved.
Looking at-
No, I haven't been in touch with her in
Making,
quite a while.
creating
Sharon,
Okay.
who was there for a bit, and I worked with her, and then she moved to
basically the role
UVA.
of that
But I
group
think
is
I can't hear you.
right, I think 19
Every project that comes through
before the
gets
pandemic,
reviewed to
she
make
ended
sure
up back in
it will
I wanna say
work.
China.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is this
Teaching
good?
over there.
Is that working?
I think she was originally
Okay.
And if
from
there's
out
any
that way. I'm
issues
not
with
sure exactly, but-
licenses or any of the issues, open source, somebody review it. But
Yeah, it
the next
sounds
step
cool.
is what they want
No, I
to do
work
is
with
create
their
a separate
biomed.
board that's kind of like the Linux board or the Eclipse
their
board,
biomed
where
engineering
industry runs the program.
Yes, right.
I think we're getting ready.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'm sorry, I didn't
everyone.
mean to go all
That
fun.
was great. No, that was great. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. And welcome back to part 2 of our panel. This is the part where you folks get your says. I think that there's a microphone on every table. There's a clever little invention there, an on-off switch, which can be a little challenging, but eventually you'll get it right. So this is the part where you guys get to share your experiences and ask your questions. I have some questions if they are needed, but I'd love to hear yours instead. So who would like to, actually, I know who's going to help us kick off. Michael Atlas, you're here somewhere. Michael?
He's on.
Oh, online. Michael somehow got someone to put a note on my computer. So rather than me try and rephrase your question, Michael, why don't you make the comment that you were hoping I would make? Are you there? Okay, well, I'll try and wing it until Michael interrupts me. Michael says, please provide a definitional distinction between democratization, which is dangerous, and volunteerism and standards, which is fundamentally important and good. And having read that, I'd be really delighted if Michael would join in and expand on what he means by that. All right, Michael, we will keep a place for you in the queue. Does anyone else have a question that they'd like to lead off our Q&A session with? Gonna have to pick on somebody. Well, I do have some questions to get the adrenaline flowing, but I'm counting on you guys for coming in. Yesterday, for those of you who were here, the presentation was on AI and all the wonderful things that AI can do. And of course, there's no area of commerce that is more cutting edge and nimble than standards development. So I'm sure that many of you in the audience, have already done tremendous things with ChatGPT in order to streamline and rocket your efforts ahead. So I would be delighted for anyone from the stage or from the audience. Have you done anything with AI? Are you thinking of doing anything with AI? Are you hoping that someone else will tell you what you can do with AI? Anybody want to field that? Scott.
One thing our working groups have experimented with, and being completely unprepared for this question, I may not remember the product name, so I'm going to ramble a little bit, maybe it'll come to mind. But you see how subtle that was. Now there's no surprise for you. So the idea of meeting minutes is, it's a vital thing, right? And we all like minutes in an hour, right? An hour after the meeting, you want to see the minutes so you can review them, you can counter them, you can approve them, whatever. The human capital to do that, there's a fair amount of effort that goes into doing it right. We've experimented, some of our working groups have experimented with a few meeting tools that kind of log in beside you. And I know it's a Zoom thing, I've seen it used in Zoom meetings, which is, we do a lot of Zoom. And it basically records the meeting and takes notes and gives you a rough draft. Like a lot of things AI, I've seen a couple different versions of this. Like a lot of things AI, it's alarmingly pretty good, right? And it gives you a good rough draft to kind of go back and then apply some real human capital to improving and clarifying. But if you haven't tried that yet, and notice I'm still not coming up with some of the product names, but the meeting assistants and note-taking assistants, I think have real promise to make the meetings more efficient in terms of, as Nicole was saying, how do you maximize the use of your staff? Having people sitting in on meetings about which they know nothing and trying to diligently taking notes might not be the best use of human capital. So you might want to look at those AI chat tools to make at least a rough draft of meeting minutes.
I wonder whether anyone's used a standard as a prompt to do a normative reference of the standard in software, which I suppose is quite possible. On the minutes issue, one of the things obviously that would be an issue is many IPR policies map to the minutes so that you're hooked by the policy if you're recorded in the minutes and you haven't objected within 60 days. So it would be good not to get lazy with your AI minute taker, or you'll get some slippage in that type of policy.
I think you're right. And I guess that's true, however that first draft is created. But that's why I'm a big fan of minutes in an hour. Yep. So that I can see those minutes. And personally, I like them because I can see those minutes. I can remember the meeting. I said, that's a valid representation of the event. Right. Or I don't even remember if I was there. So thank goodness we have some questions in back.
Ken.
Hello. No?
I think you have it, but if you could talk louder.
All
Yep.
right, I'll try.
Okay.
I'll pretend.
Okay.
Ken Coe, Broadband Forum. Scott, it's really interesting that you should bring that up. Coincidentally, I have had a couple of requests just in the last couple of days for us to enable. Obviously, we use we use a well-known, we use Zoom for our conference calling system.
It's okay to say that word.
Yes, and we've had requests just in the last couple of days to enable their AI assistant. And so we've got an action currently to evaluate the implications of that. One of those implications being our preference, which is hopefully followed to a greater degree rather than lesser, is that minutes, in particular in meetings where there is difficulty achieving consensus and a wide variety of opinions being expressed, there can be a very difficult line to walk, especially when you're taking minutes manually. But I think AI would have a bit of an issue with this too, with separating the wheat from the chaff. and our guidance in general to leadership when taking minutes is record the agreements. Don't try to record all of the conversation that generates the agreements. And one of our concerns is that an AI system may not get that right. I don't know yet whether that is the case, but I'm very curious about other people's experiences with that, your experiences with that, and where we might be able to go with it.
I think you've exposed a potential weakness in the system, but it's a learning system, right? And it may well be trainable. But one of the other things I would caution, and what we're kind of looking into, is the privacy, right? That if I have a paid staff member or a volunteer member taking meeting minutes as a part of the consortium, there's an agreement of what leaves the meeting room and what isn't. Now, we're kind of lucky. You may remember that about half of my company name is open, Oasis Open. So we tend to be what? Very transparent. And so closed meetings don't happen much in our space, but they do. And even still, when they don't, you have to wonder, where else is this information being fed into a large language model for other things? And what's the purpose of this information later? Will things consumed, information consumed in one of our meeting minutes, appear in some publication or some, chat GPT response to something that takes place, for a completely irrelevant conversation? Those are all questions we don't really have the answer to. My only comment really was to say, I think there's potential there. I think you have to do our due diligence. And to your point, let's hope that, they're as trainable as our staff are.
Yes.
We have some boards that are actually going opposite and writing policies against AI right now for things like minutes for that very reason. So it's too new to understand where the data is going and the privacy behind it all. So that's been fresh in probably the last 6 months that we've had some boards bringing up that as a concern.
Yeah, I've experienced it recently with one of my task groups. We had just an AI bot come in, take notes. The challenge was we didn't know who sent it and what it was capturing. So based on, we reflected back to our procedures and remove it. But I think the other issue of it, not only the privacy, just staying within our rules and everything, but the fact that it's not contributing also takes away from the purpose of everybody joining the meeting. We're looking for their input into the standard. And if it's just there to just kind of capture and react and not provide the necessary subject matter expertise on the topic at hand, then what's the current value in it right now?
Question over here.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
This is Scott Cedarquist, ASABE. While we have been doing the same thing with staff testing when we saw that the AI had been added to Zoom, but we have a recording policy. And we're wondering how to incorporate this with our recording policy. And there was a discussion at the ANSI OMF in Chicago a few years ago about state law and recording policies. And that's what prompted our recording policy. Well, now we have this new tool, which is sort of like recording the meeting, but also beyond that. So I think that's something that needs to be considered. Many of you may have recording policies, like we only allow it for taking minutes, and then it's supposed to be eliminated and things of that nature. So now we have to balance that, and we've already started that discussion. So any thoughts on that?
One supplement to that is that if you're using ChatGPT or any of the other sort of openly available, what you put into it also becomes part of the training set, which means that it's also potentially visible to anyone outside of your organization. So to the extent that you're having closed sessions, they ain't so closed anymore for someone who might be skillful in how they tap into that. As far as the laws are concerned, I mean, generally, as you already know, it's disclose and permit. So if people, I assume it should be the same, that as long as you've revealed what you're doing and get permission to proceed in the recording, I assume you should be okay, but stay tuned and see how the laws develop.
What I remember is if one person objected, you couldn't record it.
Right.
But other than that, normally they don't have problems with us recording it because staff will eliminate it. But this idea that it may live on after we use it for minutes, that's something that needs to be considered. I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, there's sort of, now that you've gotten out of the sort of generic tools, everybody like Thompson, everyone else is scrambling, and Microsoft is scrambling to do custom tools that are closed walls, so that you don't have to worry about that. So this will get easier as time goes on, but for right now, you want to be sure you know what the rules are with the tool you're using so that you can set your own usage, rules, appropriate to that reality. Any other?
Yeah, I was going to say, also, as you look at AI, and we talk about some of the the uses for AI, the AI becomes very pervasive in terms of the other standards areas. We all know a lot of work's been done in the area of ethics standards that relate to AI. You also have all the enabling technologies that need to take into consideration how how they're going to support AI types of applications. And the other is we're getting into more of what I'll call the vertical standards, transportation, medical, things of that nature, where AI techniques will be employed. They have, you need to be able to consider in the development of those standards, how the AI functionality intersects with them. So the pervasiveness becomes very broad potentially as we move forward.
Jason Matusa made an interesting observation yesterday, said that he was aware of only one technical standard for AI so far. So we have all these ethical standards, all of these privacy standards, but he was only aware of one technical standard. That didn't surprise me as much as it might sound, because standards tend to follow technology rather than lead technology. And the fact that there's only one technical standard today may not be the case a couple of years from now. His following point was that most of what was going on was in open source. And that's true, because as long as you stay within one stack, you really don't need standards because you're within the stack. But once you want to start to trade information outside of that stack to other tools, I think you will see the standards begin to follow. But before we move on to something else, any other things to share from AI, from the experiences of those in the room? Okay, one of the things that struck me when I looked at the attendance today was the majority of the people in the room actually work for standards organizations, which is not surprising, but I had thought that there might be more company representatives as well. And when we talk about education and standards, we tend to think about people who are part of working groups, but of course, standards organizations are employers too. And standards organizations need to manage the process and lead the process. And they have aging out concerns as well. So I'd be interested in any observations from the stage or from the audience about how your organizations are coping with getting good people to do the back end side of standards development. Anything anyone would like to share? Or is no one having any problems at all?
No one has any good answers, Andy.
But I see, no one has any good answers. I mean, I know one problem, for an organization like yours, Nicole, is that people are probably always hiring your managers.
Yeah.
yeah, but do you have anything to share on that?
Solicitations for that.
I'm sorry?
We have non-solicitations for that in the employee agreements, but.
Well, that's a good,
Yeah.
that's a good claim. Someone from back here, what it was? Yeah.
I don't, can you hear me? All right. So to answer your question, no, we're all, I think, in the same boat as far as struggling to find good resources. So this is more about the young emerging professionals, right? So we do want to tap into that. And I'm just curious, like a question for the panelists or people here. So we are an association of manufacturers, and most of our, I guess, our core members of our committees are engineers. And so when you talk about traditional engineering degrees and you go through some kind of coursework to get your engineering degree, standards is not necessarily something that is covered in detail in coursework. So I know that that's beginning to change, but if we want to tap in to either a university that focuses on that, or try to get our standards into universities as a part of a curriculum, does anybody have a suggestion on how to do one or the other?
Anybody want to tackle that one?
I guess as the university person, I should have something to say about it. We were just talking about these different levers that can be used. One is something that Travis mentioned, which is that the accrediting body for for engineering programs, ABET, has some language about voluntary consensus standards being used in projects. You could imagine engaging with ABET and other accrediting bodies to try and strengthen some of that language, or to persuade accredited programs that this might be in their best interest to do that. That would be one way to do it. There's also the American Society for Engineering Education, or ASEE, and that's a forum, Andy, when you asked before, what are the venues for sharing some of these ideas? That's another forum that's engaged with these topics. But I think, the struggle here is that there's no degree program, at least that we offer, that I'm aware of, that is precisely meeting the demand that the standards developing organizations would have. That I'd be interested in hearing about this, but as far as I know, people who are into standards or work with standards fell into it one way or another, almost as a byproduct rather than an intention of a degree, whether a four-year degree or even graduate degree. And so, it's a probabilistic system. That's what we were talking about. We kind of throw stuff at students. Some of it takes, they have an appreciation, but how do we actually do a better job of ensuring that they're going to land in the places that you need, and to help them succeed, how are we going to give them the experiences and the tools to get there? That system has a lot of slop in it, and I'm not quite sure that there's a magic lever button to push to create greater certainty there.
Scott, go ahead.
I'm fascinated by what you're doing, and I'm going to ask you a question in a way that hopefully you can give us hope. Hopefully. SUNY Poly has a great program. How unique do you think that is? I'd love to have you say, every Poly university in the country has that, you damn idiot. Or we're kind of on the leading edge, we're in the top quartile or something. Where do you see your program fitting in the grand scheme of things? Followed on by all of our standards entities, do we just need to work with one program, or do we really find my local SUNY Poly or Worcester Polytech in my case? Or do we have to kind of work with those national bodies to really have an impact?
We are unique, and we are special, and we're the greatest university that the world has ever seen. No, I think we're typical.
Yeah,
I think we're typical, especially of accredited programs, and I'm sure Travis would have a lot more to say about this. My view of it is informed by the fact that I studied standards as a historian through graduate school, so I have an eye out for these things. But I suspect if the same prompt for this panel went to someone else in my role at any other campus, even at a polytechnic, they probably wouldn't know where to start. Where I thought, oh, I know about that green building program, I know about the Baja Club, and I know the Baja Club is a standard story. where our admissions team sees it as a cool story, you know, but, so it's that appreciation for seeing things as standards.
So our gateway really is to the professional affiliation program.
I would think so. Travis, what's your?
So I'm finally seeing some hands wave in the audience, so we want to get as much audience participation. I think you were the first hand up. Right.
I can't hear you. Eat the mic.
That's better. I certainly appreciate that what your school is doing is presenting projects to students in which standards can help them, can facilitate the completion of that project, the achievement of that project, and perhaps sort of fitness for the job market isn't really what the primary focus of an engineering education. However, I do wonder, as a mechanical engineer myself and being fairly broad discipline, when I was in school, I could have landed in any one of 100 different sectors, industries, et cetera. The message that students might appreciate is that wherever you land, there is a really excellent chance you're going to have to cope with standards. And that maybe if you show up for that job interview and say, I actually know what standards your company deals with, might give them a leg up. So I wonder if that is a way to generate interest in standards before graduation.
There's a real issue here. I mean, Joe mentioned earlier WorkCred, which is an ANSI affiliate that deals with certification. And a lot of the problem is in the interplay between a credential and the perceived value of the credential. So there's kind of a chicken and egg here. If employers were more focused on standards expertise, students would have more incentive to get standards expertise, and then you get into a virtuous cycle. And the problem is, how do you prime that pump? There was some other hands up. Yes, Mary.
What he does is go to City College, New York, and say, I want to teach students standards. He said, I'm going to, there's a perspective on how to teach engineering, environmental engineering. And instead of using a textbook, he uses a couple of ways to get standards, and he uses ISO standards. He did not go say, I'm going to teach you students about standards. So it's kind of follows what gentlemen is thinking. The standards are really the tool. They are really the pathway for understanding how things are done and doing things. And a pathway to current technology and future technology, management systems, you name it. And I think the messaging, how we talk to people about standards is very important. I mean, I don't know about you all, but my family says, don't ever ask very much
So, I mean, there is some messaging that has to be done, because these are, one way to get to universities is to talk with the admissions, talk with the actual instructors, heads of departments, show them, you know, what it is you're going to do. Standards can be part of your curriculum, but the focus is the subject matter.
Great.
Andy, I could follow up on that. I've worked with Angelo in years past. He actually just messaged me this morning asking me for some more resources, but we recognized him a couple of years ago. He received the Professor of the Year award from ASTM for the work that he's been doing. He, like so many others, they kind of build it into their curriculum and force the students to get certified in areas that have standards underlying in there, kind of forces them to then get engaged and get involved and learn about it. They're learning about it as it makes sense to the degree path and the career path that they're in. It's much harder to get that universal concept of standards across, but there's been some use cases that I've been involved in and others have been involved in over the years. I know I've worked closely with Drexel University outside in Philadelphia, where they've introduced it to freshmen early on with just the simple, they give them a test up front with no real rules or guidelines around it. And then halfway through, I'll come down and talk with students, and then the professor will then go back and give them basically a standard guide or a practice or a test method that says, this is how you set up the test, and they'll notice the results just come all into line with one another. And it's getting that concept across and expressing the importance and the underlying purpose of standards, whereas it's harder for us like ASTM to kind of do it on our own to teach the specific technical standards. And to go back to the earlier question too, about just like the standards, SDOs ourselves recruiting, making it a career path for individuals coming out of college. I, ironically enough, never set out to be an expert in standards. It just kind of, I've gone this route. But I noticed years ago when I was applying for jobs at ASTM, I'm searching online and I'm getting thousands and thousands of hits, but only 2 or 3 of those were for ASTM proper, the organization. So I see the value in making sure that those students know that those opportunities are out there. That's part of the job description that companies, not just us, but everybody's looking for. If there's a standards component to it, they want to know if they know that standard. If the student can at least know where to find it, I feel like we've already won half the battle right there, getting them educated and prepared for the workforce. But I think some of those, like there's so many examples, and I want to continue to work with through forums like the ANSI Committee on Education, ISEE, other groups like that with the universities, use Angelo and those, continue to build that army of like-minded people to come up with solutions that we could all use.
Unfortunately, to some extent, I think we need to run faster and faster just to stay still, in that if you think about emerging companies, venture-backed companies, they're all about proprietary technology. They're all about keeping things in. Standards enable your competitors, So if you look at the Metas, if you look at the Amazons, if you look at the Googles, they all become big participants in standards eventually, but they take a while to get there because it's not in the DNA of a high-tech startup. If you think of your colleagues in this organization and the number of people you knew who were directors of standards at their companies who, when they retired, weren't replaced. I can think of several people right off the top of my head. We have to work harder to put across the value of standards because we constantly have to refresh a new generation of why this is important, because a lot of organizations are not sustaining their commitment to standards as their business plans morph and as they move into open source. More resources into open source, less resources into standards. So this is something we're going to have to really work at and not take for granted. Ajit, oh, sorry, not Ajit.
You got someone behind the plant, you can.
Gary was mentioning a little earlier, I've seen college out in the University of Wisconsin that has a course on safety messaging, and they use standards in that course. So that kind of informed schools there about the safety standards. And then also over here at Georgetown University, there was a professor that Also at Georgetown University, there's a professor there that has a chapter in his book. And he's featuring one of our ANSI standards also in his book. So there's a course, there's a book. So I just think getting the word out about standards into some of these universities where it's applicable to some of the material that they're working on. Maybe they'll incorporate it in the books that the professors write or in some of the courses that they offer.
Thank you. My turn here. I don't know if this is on. It is? Okay. So it's very interesting and very encouraging to hear some of these examples. I work for ANSI. I'm on the IEC side of things, working as the secretary for the U.S. National Committee, and we made a concerted effort to try and engage universities, and specifically their engineering departments, to see if they were teaching standards. And the number one reply we got was that their curricula was just too full. They couldn't include it. And then as we had our meetings, we usually have 3 meetings around the country, we would contact local universities and see if they would have any kind of professors that could come and talk to us. And we found that was really beneficial to hear what they're teaching, if standards are in their classrooms, and what they needed from us as well. So it's good to hear these specific examples today from these different universities. Thank you.
Gordon, you're hiding behind that plant.
Yes,
No wonder I can't see.
Behind the planter here. So,
Sure. Okay.
so first of all, this has been a very important topic for me in my career, and I'm thrilled that there's such an intense conversation around this issue. Just on a practical note, NIST has had a curricula grant program for standardization and graduate and undergraduates for over a decade now. And one of the things that's come out of that is we've built a network of universities and university professors, and actually university librarians also, who are really passionate about this subject. And in addition to the grants process, we have an annual meeting, it usually comes up in the fall, of current and past grantees. So I encourage anybody who'd like to intersect a little bit with some universities, staff, and professors who care about this subject to reach out and talk to us and see if you can be a part of that discussion in that network as well.
Gordon, has NIST considered perhaps having a repository, granting the creation of something that could be a central repository for all the different courses and resources and options?
So we're actually working on that right now. One of the merit areas in our NOFOs, our Notice of Funding Proposals, is whether or not the universities are willing to make their curriculum open to use for others. And where they are, we're working to not just list the universities who've been our past grantees, which is already available online at standards.gov, but actually have links to that material as well.
That'd be great. Great. I'm sorry, yes? Please.
Am I on? So it occurs to me that we've traditionally focused on science and engineering as academic areas for outreach. Has anybody considered, as we think about diversity and standardization, other academic areas that we might target that perhaps have been a little ignored and maybe need outreach now? I'm thinking of things like political science. As government is using standards more and more, international trade, and if you have, how have you been able to reach out to those academic areas?
Yeah, certainly standards costs. I mean, just think of all the standards there are for different types of services. It's have nothing to do with technology and all the certifications in that area. Anyone?
Yeah, I could just jump in real quick. I know I've worked through the NIST grant with Penn University, their law school put up a great website resource with general information applicable to law students. It's open and free for everybody to use. It's a great tool. I still share it with other groups that are getting into it. I've worked with, I think Andy, you mentioned you're part of a history program. We've worked with history groups. One of the challenges we've had with ASTM is we could go to any department on a university campus, and chances are there's a connection to ASTM somewhere within those, and it's not just limited to STEM, but we just find that that's where the bulk of the interest is, where the masses are for us. But no, standards are found everywhere. And definitely it's just finding those one-size-fits-all solutions to try to get the word out and get everybody engaged is the challenge.
Yeah, also go ahead. I developed a course called Standards in Society thanks to the NIST curriculum grant at Stevens Institute of Technology, another great place. Well, not quite as great as SUNY Poly, but and it was fun. I mean, I think the frustrating part about some of these conversations is that we're not quite sure what goal we're trying to hit. So I'm confident that the 18 or so students in that course left that course with a really enhanced sense of standards and their importance in modern society, and the breadth of standards, not just engineering and science standards, as you indicated. But is 18 students enough? No. If I taught that course every semester, would that be enough? Probably not. And so I think defining those linkages in the way that you've articulated in your materials, and to keep that going throughout the career development process for a student. So once she leaves and has her bachelor's degree, what happens when she's at a job and sees opportunities for standards? Maybe in her interview, she says, yeah, I'm comfortable with standards, and that puts her over the top. Okay, how do we get to the next step and the next step and the next step?
Actually, they pick up what Travis said. And on the engineering side, the IEEE or the SA has been very focused, much like ASTM, and it's been developing a series of modules that look at, that target to, university students, the role of standards, and which they provide to professors that, because the SA can't write the curriculum, but they can provide the information to professors that maybe they could, incorporate in their curriculum. The other part, I think, as Travis said, is what is becoming more visible in our environment is, standards permeates across multiple areas within universities. You talked about, like in law school. I mean, there's very much of involvement in the legal area, and business schools. I mean, most companies, if they develop a business strategy, part of that business strategy is going to be the standard strategy, because the focus is how do I get the product out the door and in the most expeditious time frame that I can accomplish. So the business students need to understand it, because they're the ones developing a lot of these strategies. So it permeates across many areas, not just the engineering environment, and it's how do you reach all these different functional areas is the challenge.
The question you asked a moment ago, what majors do we look at outside of the engineering, made me recall an experience I had recently that we've been looking to expand our document management staff. As you can imagine, the proofing and the kind of analysis of complex standards documents requires a very special kind of person. And it's not me, right? Obviously, it's not many of us. We've actually found some opportunities in people that are coming from the library science arena. Now, that's an area, part of one of those alarmingly large lists of places I know very little about is library sciences. But I can't help but notice that there's a synergy between the people who are very good document engineers and people who have that kind of background. And so we're now looking at that as saying that could be a resource to feed into an adjunct role in our standard setting process that isn't coming from, it's hard to teach an engineer to be a document engineer, you know what I mean? So.
Actually, I'll pick up, you think of something when you were talking, we talk about education for the, students going out into the marketplace so they understand how standards are developed. One of the other challenges is the education for the students on the utilization of standards in product design and product development. You look at products, a simple product of a cell phone. Think of all the hundreds and probably thousands of standards that are probably embodied in that. And in the development process, you need to ensure that they all adhere to those standards so you have the interoperability you need. So it's both on the implementation side as well as on the developmental side.
Yes, please.
Yes. Clara Lacca from NIST. Now, this has been a fascinating discussion. I'm wondering, as I've been listening to this, have you considered a more holistic approach? And by that, I mean, for example, I completely agree with a lot of the comments that around the fact that standards is actually important in a lot of areas. So we've attended to concentrate on engineers, and I'm an engineer, so I love being the center of attention, but there's a lot more to a standard than just understanding the technology aspects. And the more I've been in standards, the more I realize that in many ways where we need the help is in understanding the marketplace and how it is affected by standard, understanding the innovation space, which is not quite the same as what the engineers do in their laboratories or the scientists. But the other argument, and maybe this is about messaging inwardly, Andy said something about, about messaging internally within the programs. Why or what problem are we trying to solve? So, for example, in the engineering curriculum, it was always introduced to me as you learn quantitative reasoning in engineering programs, and then perhaps later on you don't necessarily even use your coursework, but you have that skill of quantitative reasoning. So have we thought about taking the argument of in the process of crossing the valley of death, so to speak, from a research laboratory through production, through actually reaching a marketplace? Standards is unique. This is the part that Andy pointed out, in that it's the place where you have to learn to work with people as opposed to competing with them. Have any of you ever taken the tack of looking at, of pointing out that this is a very important skill for not only engineers, but others to learn, because it really is a very different paradigm, because you have to learn how do you work with people and yet still feel like it's not the right word isn't win, but that you've been successful in moving forward as a globe. And in the engineering school, you could present it as a quantitative reasoning thing. It might be more palatable. But in the business, management, political science, there you have all of the other complementary needs for any particular standard, or even the requirements for any particular standard to be initiated. And the more they understand that in the context, perhaps, of crossing the valley of death, getting things to commercialization and getting over those barriers, is that a possible way to introduce standards in a way that's memorable? Because certainly when I was in engineering school, which was, I know, thousands of years ago, I didn't have an appreciation. And so whatever we can do to instill that appreciation, might we look at that part of the equation slightly differently? I'd be very interested in your thoughts. Thank you.
One observation is, budgets aren't usually generated by engineers. They're generated by business people. So we have this kind of a problem that if you want to join a new standards organization, or if you want to deploy someone to be active in a working group, the money has to come from somewhere. And the person who understands the value of the standard isn't necessarily the person who has to find the money for it in the budget. So I guess my first observation is that the education needs to be on the business side, not just the engineering side. So let me throw it back to the panel, but that is one part of the problem.
Actually, so when you raise an interesting point, one of the things that's probably not taught in an engineering school is, how you accomplish your goals and objectives in a standards development process. I mean, it's often joked, but it's really true. A standards process is probably only 1/3 technology and engineering. It's marketing, it's politics, it's engagement. You just don't go in and say, I got the best solution, and everyone's going to rally around you. You got to sell it, you got to market it, you got to deal with the politics, get people on your side. So, these are probably challenging things to teach, to a university student who's just gone through 4 years of learning his technology, and he understands his technology and he wants to promote it. You got to learn these other pieces if you want to be successful. The other piece that we've discovered is the collaboration that goes on prior to what we refer to as the standards development process. The standards development process is a very rigorous, defined process to ensure that it, achieves its goal, to maintain, we don't, run into anti-competitive issues and dominance and things like that. So there's a pre-standards piece, and you need to collaborate with others in a mode, in an environment that doesn't create issues and problems. So the whole process end to end has a lot of pieces that go into it.
I think, though, that even like a case study, right, or multiple case studies, there's so many successful standards that are de facto at this point, and understanding the life cycle, start to finish, right, because you have these orgs that incorporate and they form, and then at some point there's a sunset at the end, right? And so I know when I started VTM many, many moons ago, I had to call my mom and say, what is a standard, right? She was in market research and corporate intelligence, so she was like, here's what you're doing now. And what we developed at VTM was a life cycle of an organization, and that's what we use to train our staff. Like from start to finish, this is what the concept is, and this is the consensus part of it, this is the development part of it, this is the marketing of it, and this is what needs to happen. And then it's up for the market to decide, right? We can only do this. So we actually have kind of a infographic, if you will, that kind of does this, and then we sit down with staff and help them understand, because it is a very foreign object. I went to business school. It is not taught in business school.
No, it's not.
Right? And they are the ones making the decisions, and you've got a lot of stakeholders. And so, if you can start at the university level, sure, you have the engineers that understand the, ins and outs of the high-tech part of it, or whatever the nuts and bolts are. But the business side of it is critical for the success of the standard. And so helping them with the big picture of that is mandatory, right?
There's that FEMA thing again.
That's not my fault.
I really hate to hold this up because it's been such a great discussion, but unfortunately I've gotten the red flag. I think the lesson here is sort of, we really do have to run faster in order to stay still. When I started getting involved in standards, companies like IBM had never had a layoff. Standards was a career track, and you got into it, you knew everyone else in the room. It was worth your while for your employee to train you on the job because it was recognized as something that was vital to the mission of the organization. And that's not the world we live in. The workplace is far too dynamic. Companies come, they go, they merge, they do layoffs, they restructure, and the old ways of doing things just aren't adequate to the task. So I think our takeaway, as we go out of here, is we have to think harder, we have to come up with new ideas, and we have to come up with some sort of a concerted plan in order to address these things, because they're not going to solve themselves. So with that, thank you very much, and we can continue this discussion over lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our keynote this afternoon will be led by Nigel Corey. Nigel is an associate director covering trade policy at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, where he focuses on cross-border data flows, data governance, intellectual property, and how they each relate to digital trade and the broader digital economy. We are pleased to welcome Nigel to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'll keep us on track because I know the moderator for the next session is a hard taskmaster, Ajit, so I want to keep everyone on track. I want to also, I appreciate what Joe and his colleagues just outlined for ANSI and detailing all the great work that ANSI's done over the last year. I'm here, Mary has designated me as doom and gloom to paint a realistic picture of the challenges we all face as we work on technical standards. But briefly, my name's Nigel Corey. You're hearing me correctly. I'm Australian. I work for the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, which is a think tank based here in DC. We're based here in DC. We focus on the broad spectrum of science and tech and innovation issues. We've been ranked the world's leading science and tech think tank for the last few years on the basis of that work. My thanks to Mary and ANSI for the invitation to speak about the increasing politicization of technical standards, which is a topic I've spoken on in Europe and elsewhere around the US over the course of the last year. I testified in Congress a few weeks ago on digital-related issues. I was testified to European Parliament a few weeks ago, so it's in the mix of what makes our work so challenging. Technical standards are part of the increasingly intense geopolitical competition and conflict over technology. For better or worse, political leaders and government officials from around the world have dragged the technical, expert-driven, and pretty dry discussions that typically happen in rooms and meetings that don't garner much attention onto the global agenda and into the global spotlight. As fellow technical standards nerds, I'm sure you're all similarly frustrated with the proliferating misuse of the term standards in policy discussions and media coverage, and how it's often conflated with laws and regulations. Nevertheless, governments around the world, the United States, China, the European Union, leaning into technology and standards policies and crossing the line, in my opinion, between being an interested stakeholder and putting their thumb on the scale in the name, particularly of national and economic security. This is highly problematic. It threatens the open, voluntary, consensus-based and industry-driven standard system that has played such a critical role in supporting US trade, innovation and competitiveness. It threatens the system that is essentially the secret sauce to translating US innovation and ingenuity into standards power. Governments have clear and legitimate national security concerns, but from what we've seen, there are better ways to go about addressing these that don't fundamentally undermine the open, inclusive, industry-based nature of the international standard system that benefits the US economy. I published a piece this morning titled Unpacking the Biden Administration's Strategy for Technical Standards, the Good, the Bad, and the Ideas for Improvements. My remarks draw on this post, as well as similar points I made to the NIST VCAT advisory committee that's helping them with the implementing the standards, with the strategy. And from this, there are three key dynamics that I'll elaborate on in my remarks. Firstly, that there is no doubt that there's an increasingly fierce race for global tech and innovation advantage. This is not entirely new, but it has been elevated in recent years, and it's not just between the US and China, but obviously also involves the European Union, India, and others. Secondly, the ongoing distrust of the US tech sector, especially big tech in the United States, but also the EU, is having a noticeably negative impact on US and global standards policy. In many ways, pushing the private sector aside makes way for the third key dynamic. The United States and others are prioritising national and economic security and a greater role for government. I'll elaborate on these points and provide some recommendations, but I provide more detailed recommendations in the written piece I mentioned, which you can find on ITIF's website. The global race for innovation advantage. As part of this, it's good that government officials are paying closer attention to standards. It's great that the Biden administration released a strategy specifically on technical standards, and that standards have been put on the global agenda at the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, the TTC, the G7, and the Quad, which involves the US, Japan, Australia, and India. The US standard strategy is emblematic, following the release of the EU's own standard strategy last year, and preludes what I understand will be a standard strategy from the United Kingdom later this year or early next year. The US strategy is right in stating that the international standards system is at an inflection point, given strategic competition, especially with China. But it's the challenge for us all to ensure that the policymakers developing and implementing the strategy and associated policies understand what standards are, how they're made and how they're used, and how they compare and contrast to other policy tools like laws and regulations, so that the technical standards policies are actually appropriately designed and implemented. Standards are not some silver bullet to solve any and all issues related to technology, which is what I've heard a number of times in the European context. They are just one of many tools that policymakers can use to address public policy concerns around technology. Adding to that challenge is that much of the debate is based on poor or incomplete data and innuendo and fear. We definitely need to do better to gather and analyse hard data and specific details about how the standard system works in practice, especially as it relates to critical and emerging technologies. Next, the question then, well, should the US do about this, given we're at an inflection point? And there are several good points and ideas in a strategy, but also several major flaws and omissions. Starting on the good side of things, the US strategy's objective 4 on integrity and inclusivity hits the bullseye, in my opinion, in stating that, and I quote, "In response to the increasing attempts by some nations to tilt the playing field to their parochial advantage, we must ensure that standards development processes are technically sound, independent, and response to broadly shared market and societal needs," end quote. Obviously here in this regards, China is a lead offender in its use of country-specific technical standards. China's approach is not new. It's been nearly a decade since my colleagues at ITI put out the report, The Middle Kingdom Galapagos Island Syndrome, the cul-de-sac of Chinese technology standards. But given China's role in new technologies, it's garnering new attention. However, this is also exactly what the EU and its own standard strategy and policies are doing in using protectionist technical standards to target US firms and technology and international standards. The EU is purposefully excluding experts from US firms that have long made good faith contributions to standards developments in Europe. In addition to this, the EU has created a new tool called Common Specifications that feature in recent legislation relating to medical devices, cybersecurity, the AI Act, and the Data Act that essentially allows it to override or ignore international standards when and how it sees fits, because these common specifications don't have the critical governance safeguards that exist in international standards bodies. In a bid for digital sovereignty, the EU wants to ignore international standard setting processes and related trade law at the World Trade Organization for new technologies such as AI. The EU's theory of the case is such that by setting its own standards, rather than following standards developed by international organizations, it can promote European values in areas like data protection, cybersecurity, and ethics. But this is malarkey. Values are not built into standards in the way the EU thinks. The EU can and obviously does impose its own values on these emerging technologies through laws and regulations. The EU's gambit differs from China and Japan's past failed efforts to use technical standards as a barrier to trade, because the EU has repeatedly said that it actually wants to work with the United States and many other like-minded countries on technical standards for critical and emerging technologies. However, the EU's actions speak louder than its words, yet the US strategy and the Biden administration more broadly failed to raise and address the EU's problematic approach to standards at the TTC and elsewhere. My second point is about the techlash and the contradictory and self-defeating outcome whereby US officials are simultaneously attacking or sidelining the US tech sector while aiming for the US to be a standard setter for new and emerging technologies. The Biden administration's standards strategy and its global engagement on technical standards writ large suffers from the fact it simply doesn't involve the US private sector in any meaningful way when discussing standards at the G7, the TTC, and the Quad. The strategy seems to point towards the need for governments to step in and play a bigger role in their absence. However, this is clearly problematic, and I realise I'm preaching to the converted here, and flawed. The level of standards expertise and the frequency of engagement by the private sector will always be orders of magnitude greater than what any government will have on its own. Standardisation power and influence comes from writing practical and technically robust standard submissions. The tyranny of the first draft is particularly critical to standardisation. The expert or experts that draft first and drafts well has influence. The United States, coincidentally, has developed a large pool of experts that are very good at this, yet they're now on the sidelines around many government policies around technical standards. And so this is why the US government should reverse course on excluding the private sector from the heart of these forums, and they're thinking that the government can somehow replace them, and instead refocus and redouble efforts on encouraging all stakeholders, from large and small firms, academia, and government, to participate as early and consistently as possible in standards discussions. The third dynamic is that national and economic security is clearly ascendant in US discussions around technical standards. The subtext of the Biden administration's strategy is that national security is the overriding priority, and that the US government should play a bigger role in directly determining technical standards. US policymakers are paying increasing attention to standards as they're accustomed to their firms and their experts being global standard setters, and they're concerned about growing Chinese participation. The Biden administration has legitimate national security concerns about China and Chinese technology, especially related to core national security interests like critical infrastructure. Likewise, the Biden administration has legitimate concerns about supply chains, innovation mercantilism, and economic coercion, which supports its growing focus on economic security. However, the Biden administration's application of national security to technical standards is clearly distorted and overly powerful. There are better ways of getting at the national security concerns from what we've seen. For example, China's approach to technical standards, especially at government membership-based bodies like the ITU, raises legitimate concerns as it can corral countries and shape the agenda in ways that it simply can't at industry-based standards bodies. However, there are ways to address this without undermining the whole standard system. There are also a few fundamental misunderstandings involved in this national security view of technical standards. Some US national security officials mistakenly think that growing Chinese participation in standards is a risk in and of itself, and that technical standards involve the sharing of sensitive or confidential technical information, which is clearly not the case. When combined with the mistaken view that standards development is a zero-sum adversarial process that China is winning and the United States is losing, and it leads to poorly thought out standards policies at the end. A clear example of this is sanctions against Huawei and others levied by the Department of Commerce on national security grounds without including a clear, broad and nuanced exemptions for related standards activities for Huawei and others that were involved there. In response, US firms withdrew from certain standards bodies for fear of breaching US sanctions law. Several standards bodies shifted out of the United States, and several Chinese firms went home and worked with the Chinese government to set up duplicative and objectively worse standards. I wrote a detailed piece on the fragmentation of the standard for server energy efficiency called SpecCert that details the implications of such poorly thought out national security related policies. Similarly, the strategy tries to spin data to justify its view that Chinese participation is a national security threat. Chinese participation gets disproportionate attention here in the United States, but also in Europe, as it is relatively easy to measure and compare, yet is a poor indicator of a country's standards influence. It's the technical skills of the standards body and the quality of the standards proposals, not the quantity, that counts. The strategy references participation data that NIST collected in 2019, showing US and Chinese participation and leadership of standards bodies. The irony is that this data was originally collected to show the Trump administration exactly the opposite point that the strategy makes, that when you zoom out, participation in the standard setting system is broad and diverse, and participation only tells part of the story. So what is the impact of the politicization of the global technical standards system? In short, fragmentation and reduced competitiveness, trade and innovation. The server efficiency standard case I mentioned provides a preview into a world where standards for new technologies fracture along Chinese, European and rest of the world, or even more individual country lines. Politicization and fragmentation undermines the role that the standard system plays in producing higher quality standards. The open and inclusive international standard system is valuable exactly due to its ability to draw in experts from around the world who both work and compete against each other on the basis of their strengths of their technologies and their expertise in developing the most useful technical solution to the problem at hand. For example, how exactly do you measure AI governance, accuracy and robustness? These are highly complicated and tricky questions. No one country has all the experts to come up with these technical standards, despite Europe thinking that its hand-picked experts can somehow do it within a 2-year deadline when global experts have already been working on it for 4 or 5. In such a fragmented standards world, we will all be worse off. It'll lead to less effective standards in regards to addressing particular public policy needs. It'll lead to higher costs and worse options for consumers and the broader economy. Overall, it'll impact US innovation, competitiveness, and trade. The United States is a global leader in advanced technology, in part because of the open, industry-driven, consensus-based way in which international standards are made. If the United States moves away from this, at the same time as other countries do as well, and the United States doesn't defend it as it traditionally has done in the past, it'll be undermining the tech sector, but also the US economy more broadly and their future success, which will ultimately undermine both US national and economic security. And with that, I want to thank ANSI and Mary and everyone else here for the invitation again, and I appreciate the opportunity to lay this all out for you all. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. Can folks hear me? Yes. All right. Thank you. So welcome to the second session, the second panel, which is the politicization of standards development as part of our summit today. And, you know, we had a really interesting discussion this morning about getting the job done. We've also had multiple people touch upon issues that are impacting what seems to be the politicization of standardization. So the panel this afternoon, we'll kind of start delving into some of those issues. Before we get too far, my name is Ajit Jilla, and I will be moderating the panel this afternoon. So I chair ANSI's International Policy Advisory Group. My day job is as a standards policy advisor with Apple. To be clear, my comments and my remarks do not represent Apple's views, positions in any manner, way, or form. And my remarks are really based on 20-odd years working on different aspects of standards, including a fairly long stint at NIST. So we have experts who are going to be representing a range of perspectives today. And the range of perspectives really bring together the different stakeholder views, from standards development to standards use, to government officials who actually articulate and watch for US interests in the broader context of standards advocacy. You know, the discussion we had today really this morning focused on the impact of how things are changing with regards to standards development. What we're hoping to do with this session is kind of open that aperture a little bit further and delve a little bit deeper into that impact extending into the use of standards, the greater interest that new stakeholder communities are seeing with regards to standards development, and also with regards to engaging in standards. In his keynote remarks, Nigel touched upon some of those changing dynamics and the impacts of those changing dynamics from his perspective in a think tank that's looking at these different issues. If we take a step back, one of the strengths of the US model to standards development, and this is something we know works well because we have the experience of almost about 100-odd years in kind of fine-tuning this model, is that we have a private sector-led system that at the heart of it is a public-private partnership model. So there's our shared equities over here. And what this model really does is it leverages the respective strengths of the public sector and the private sector. And that's really where our system gets its resilience, gets its ability to evolve as the external drivers evolve. The other strength of our system is the open approach that has enabled participation by all interested stakeholders and also all different views to be heard. Where we are right now, and someone referred to that as an inflection point, and this morning Andy alluded to perhaps the existential threat, is the perception about, is the standards system working adequately to represent certain interests? And I think depending on where you are within the system, you could have a very different perspective about that. What I'm hoping to do that we'll be able to achieve as part of our panel today is a discussion about these different drivers, understand how these different drivers are impacting different folks. And I think the important thing here is recognizing that there is no one perfect answer. If we can identify a number of issues that as a collective community we can all work towards, have a shared understanding, and a deeper appreciation of where each of the stakeholders are coming from, I think that sets the stage to be able to work together to solve these larger problems. So I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to introduce our speakers. I think our speakers' bios are in the handouts on the table. One, perhaps just kind of an administrative point of view I'd like to also remind everyone about is the speakers' views, their views and their organization's views. They do not, ANSI does not endorse the particular positions which are being taken by each of the speakers. So our first speaker is Ken, who's sitting immediately on my left. And Ken, if we could get started with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ken Coe. I'm, whoops, wow, there we go. I'm Managing Director of the Broadband Forum, and when I prepared these remarks, I was actually a little concerned that they might be a bit of an outlier relative to the main topics going to be addressed on this panel, and that they might be a little bit of a distraction. It became clear when I was listening to Andy's keynote this morning that that's not the case. So I'm very reassured by that. What I want to discuss this morning is the effect of some actions that were taken by BISC with regard to those additions to the entity list that have already been mentioned a couple of times today, and the unintended consequences that they had, not only with regard to industry consortia like the Broadband Forum, but with regard to US position within the standards community as well, certainly unintended. So with that, I'll get right on to things. First, just a quick overview of the Broadband Forum. We are an industry consortium. As the name implies, we work with stakeholders globally to develop open standards and open software for solutions for the broadband industry. Our deliverables include both standards, both specifications, and open software projects under our Open Broadband initiative. And these tend to complement each other. We don't do just any open software, but we tend to use those open software projects to very specifically complement aspects of our specification work. In addition, we do certification and industry education. That's about all the time I'm going to spend on the Broadband Forum today, but I do want to set the stage, in particular noting that we are an industry consortium, and because that tends to affect our position within the issue at hand. Okay, the entity list is a list of persons, as it is described formally, entities that are subject to license requirements for the export of regulated technologies. I'll put it simply that way. It's maintained by BIS, the Bureau of Industry and Security, within the Department of Commerce. Entities can be anything, ranging from individual persons through businesses, research institutions, and other organizations, all the way up through nation states. Originally, this entity list was created, I believe, back in the 1990s as a mechanism to help limit the transference of technology associated with programs for the development of weapons of mass destruction. That purpose has since expanded to a much broader set of activities that are sanctioned by the State Department or activities that are contrary to US national security or foreign policy interests. This is also quite relevant to how the situation developed, I believe. So what happened? As has been noted several times today, in 2019, Huawei and a number of associated companies were added to the entity list. The effect in the communications standards community was immediate and very disruptive. So what happened there? Here we go. Let me provide just a little bit of background. Technology, as defined under export administration regulations, is defined very broadly. It's just about anything that can be used in any broad technical sense. The main exemption to restricted technology, or to regulated technology rather, is technology which is published per the definition within the export administration regulations. And that definition requires that that technology be currently publicly available with no restriction on further dissemination. There were few other exemptions prior to last year, and this is where organizations such as the Broadband Forum and many others got caught up because the standards development process, as we all think of it commonly, and certainly within the communications industry, is what our common sense understanding of it is kind of the antithesis of restricted technology. In that process, we have multiple stakeholders who are actually bringing forth and debating proposals for specific implementations with their peers, including usually their competitors in the industry. The resulting standards that they are hoping to see these proposals implemented in are intended almost always for broad publication and usage within the industry. Again, the antithesis of what you would think of as, privately held or secret or restricted technology. However, by EAR definition, unless this development process was held virtually 100% within the public eye, it was considered subject to regulation because it was not yet published. So I think that it became clear with subsequent events that standards development was not a consequence that was intended to be caught up by in the EAR by BIS when it took these actions. However, that's exactly what happened. What were the unintended consequences of the addition of Huawei and related companies to the broadband forum specifically? Well, from an immediate standpoint, and I happened to be an industry representative working with the broadband forum at the time, and I saw this happen, they had to restrict access immediately and ban affected members from either meeting sessions, from any participation, or from any pre-published meeting materials. So on an immediate basis, we had a two-tier system where most members had the normal level of access to meeting materials and participation. Huawei and its affiliated companies did not. Now, the other immediate side effect of that was that all of our members, non-Huawei members, needed to evaluate whether they could participate in broadband forum activities, whether they could risk being perceived as transferring technology in any illegal way to any of the companies on the entity list. That, at the very least, presented a delay and an immediate pause in standards development as a whole at BBF. So what did we do to mitigate this situation, which was incredibly disruptive to the forum? Well, we had to eliminate our confidentiality policy for pre-published work. We had to create a means to allow access to the public to pre-published work that would meet BAIS requirements for published technology. Unfortunately, these actions required changes to our bylaws. Changes to the bylaws require a member vote. We're talking about a 6-month progress now that required legal review, multiple phases of development and review. And during these 6 months, the affected members could not participate. And as Andy quite properly pointed out, these were members who were not only very active as participants in the development process, but who owned IP that was critical to the resulting standards. And so it created a very significant barrier to progressing a lot of the work. Even after we were able to complete the mitigating actions and open up open up participation to the affected members, we still faced issues. We ended up with an inconsistent policy for work in progress because Broadband Forum has a mechanism for consensus-based release of our pre-published materials, in particular as a part of our liaison process with other organizations, but for other purposes as well. That process is a consensus-based process where the forum approves such work. We do that so that not any material as part of the pre-publication process gets released. We could end up with some very misleading preliminary drafts out there that could cause confusion in the industry, that could cause development efforts to go towards material that will never end up in the finished spec. But while we had a consensus process for formal release of our materials, at the same time, we had to implement a policy where any single member or any observer of the process could unilaterally distribute those same materials in any way that they wanted, any materials that they wanted. So we had this glaring loophole to where the level of consensus-based approval that we wanted for release of materials could be circumvented at any time without consequence. In addition, we couldn't share any incoming materials with members that had any level of confidentiality. That was an impediment to our liaison process with organizations that had their own confidentiality policies. And in fact, it directly inhibited the completion of more than one liaison agreement with other organizations. Okay. All right, unintended consequences for, and this is really, there we go. Impact on other organizations was significant. It did vary based on the membership of the other organization, based on their existing policies. One thing that was not an issue, it did not vary whether those organizations were based in the US or not, because of course the issue was the members and potential transference of technology from those members to the affected companies. There was a widespread hesitation to engage in standards development. There was an impact on US influence in general. There was a large-scale perception of unfairness in the standards development process created by this. That perception was, there were actors that took advantage of that perception and used it to create a lot of pressure. As Andy and others noted, several organizations did change their jurisdiction out of the US. We faced significant pressure to change our jurisdiction out of the US. There was a significant bifurcation of standards development. There is at least one organization that exists today that significantly overlaps with our work that did not exist when this event took place. And finally, there was pressure to move work away from US-based organizations as a result of this. Okay, we had some very welcome changes that came last year. This created an exemption for standards-related activity that was widespread, and it was based on the type of technology, which was a broad exemption, that was also based on standards-related activity in general and not the specific organization. Includes all entities on the standards list. There are still some ambiguities, still some residual issues, but it's nothing like the issues that occurred for the period between 2019 and last year. We appreciated the work that BIS did into this, and I understand that NIST was also very instrumental in helping this to happen. Still, resolution required 3 years. How do we prevent this kind of thing from happening again? I think we need to recognize that regulatory context evolves. A list that was initially intended to limit WMD programs evolved to grow in scope. And in order to really prevent this kind of thing happening, it would have required communication between different groups of policymakers and experts in fields of expertise that hadn't previously intersected. BIS had not, to my knowledge, previously done any real work with the communication standards industry. And trust me, within the communication standards community, we were devoting woefully little professional attention to issues of nuclear nonproliferation. So it's not an easy issue. I think that one of the issues that, one of the proposed resolutions that Andy had this morning really struck home with me, the idea of a committee that has some significant activity and some significant communication between government and industry is an excellent idea. The only caution that I would provide is this time the issue was EAR related. Next time, I doubt very much that it will be. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great, Ken, thank you very much. I think the key message over here really was, this was preventable. Let's chalk it up for lessons learned in terms of, what is it that we can do? It really sets the stage for this conversation about how do we thread the needle in getting it right between addressing those national security imperatives, the economic security, economic leadership perspectives, while at the same time, maintaining the strength of our system. So thank you for those remarks. Our next speaker is Jessica Fitzgerald-McKay from the Department of Defense's National Security Agency. Just before we turn to you, just want to reassure people, I know this is a session after lunch, so yes, we will try to take a comfort break around 2:45, 3 o'clock-ish, so we'll definitely build that in, and I'll turn it back to Jess.
Thanks,
So,
Ajit. Thank you all for coming to this panel today. I am Jessica Fitzgerald-McKay. I am a co-lead for NSA's Center for Cybersecurity Standards. I think I might be the person Nigel was worried about in his briefing this afternoon. NSA participates in standards from a fully national security perspective. We leverage standards to protect national security systems, systems that carry classified information. It's a growth area for NSA. In the past, we were much more reliant on homegrown products to protect the most sensitive secrets that our government has. But we realized in the course of events that doing one-off solutions, running our own products was expensive, and it's your money, right, that we're spending. It is time-consuming, and honestly wasn't often much better than what we are seeing being produced by standards organizations. And so we shifted our focus in order to engage in standards, in order to drive solutions that we can then leverage for our own national security systems. So I come to you as a standards participant, as a customer, and as your biggest cheerleader. Go standards. So from my perspective, standards and the politicization of standards have huge implications. Cybersecurity standards, as I said, directly underpin our national security, and not just because NSA uses it for national security systems. Attacks against US critical infrastructure, against industry, against our systems that we use in our homes are proliferating. And so being sure that standards are written in a way that bakes security in from the offset is critical to all of us and our nation's security. Using standards reduces the risk that manufacturers their customers becoming victims of that kind of exploitation. And they allow for interoperability between technologies, making everything run a lot more seamlessly. There's been a lot of conversation today about the increased politicization of standards. I want to draw a point, because I was a poli-sci major, and I have never felt so valid as I did during that first panel earlier today. It was a great conversation. From my perspective, what I learned as a poli-sci student is that politics is who gets what and why, right? So who, in this case, is going to be able to participate in standards development, and to what end? Standards have always been political from that point of view. In the earliest days, I participate a lot in IETF. I don't know if there's a lot of other IETFers here. IETF is the home for privacy and security, right? Everything that they do, they ensure that privacy is baked in from the offset. That's a political stance, right? That is a decision made that we as predominantly Americans take for granted a lot, I think. We approach standards with the anticipation that our privacy and security will be protected. Certainly that's what NSA expects from it too, right? We're using this to protect the privacy of our secrets, right? That is not going to be the approach taken by every nation that participates in standards. So to the extent that politicization is increasing in standards, I think it might just be becoming more obvious, because what we take for granted as politics-free standards are really just standards that meet our own understanding of what politics ought to include, right? Security and privacy. We have observed PRC representatives manipulating SDOs in order to meet PRC national interests. I know that's not a popular thing to say here, so I'm happy to take questions on this later. I do want to draw the point that I fully agree with the conversations earlier that increased numbers of participation is not a risk. Increased number of submissions is not a risk. The risk exists in changing the standards landscape in order to meet national security imperatives that do not align with how the US sees the world, how Europe sees the world, how traditional standards participants perceive standards ought to be used. We fully advocate for industry-led standards organizations. We want to be a participant. We want to be at the table if you'll let us. But we feel that industry needs to drive these efforts. It is important to underscore that the way industry is treated in the US and in Europe is not the same universally. And that itself poses its own risk. And I think it's going to be a situation that we need to tackle when we consider industry participation in SDOs. I think we'll talk through a lot of the more political risks down the road. I want to point out that not all the risks are themselves political. Some of them are going to be very technical risks. They're going to be the risk that security won't be included in standards, that it will take a back seat to national security interests that support more monitoring of citizen data. This might be particularly true in emerging technologies where we don't have the same firm foothold like we do in communication standards, like we do in even telecommunication standards, where we assume a certain amount of security will be included. These newer nascent efforts will require increased engagement in order for us to ensure that they're headed in the same kind of direction that we want to see from our standards development. So we at NSA have a three-pronged approach to this. None of them include cutting anyone out of standards organizations, Ken. I want to assure you of that. We feel that the answer to this must be increased collaboration. The door must be open for everyone. There needs to be increased coordination between the US and its Five Eyes partners. The other companies that work for those Five Eyes partners as well, so that we can be sure that we're speaking with one voice to the extent possible. And I mean one voice in terms of seeking security and privacy and standards. We can still fight it out in the SDOs because we're going to do that anyway. We want to partner with industry more, ensuring that SDO leadership positions are held by partners who also value those democratic norms that we support. And we also want to incorporate threat intelligence. This is really what NSA can, I think, help a little bit here. Infusing our standards developments with threat intelligence where we know where a threat exists, and we can work in the standards bodies to counter it, I think is going to be very powerful in the future. So above all things, we want to avoid the bifurcation of the standards environment. No good will come of everyone having to participate in multiple standards groups, but we need to ensure that everyone involved in those SDOs is adhering to the norms of the group. Doing so will require increased collaboration, I think, across industry, between government and industry, and across international partnerships as well.
Just thank you. Usually I get a lot of things wrong. One thing I'll get right here is you're going to get a lot of questions. But on a more serious note, I think there were 2 points that really jumped out at me from your remarks. You know, the first, and I think we'll explore that as part of the Q&A and the discussion. One aspect is if there are issues we see in a particular standards development process, how do we work together to see where those issues are, and the policy solutions or the solutions that we come at address those issues and where those issues are occurring, as opposed to kind of coming up with really broad prescriptive approaches that may have unintended consequences. Absolutely. I think the second aspect is, you know, the participation of non-traditional participants. So whether it's countries that have not traditionally participated, whether it's participants from the United States, could be civil society, could be consumer groups that have not participated as much. You know, and AI might be a classic example. Yep. How do we welcome that participation and harness the energy and enthusiasm that they bring? So things to look forward to. Our next speaker is Elaine Newton from Oracle. Elaine, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the panel, and the remarks so far have been interesting food for thought. My remarks are my own. I think I need to say that. So I work for Oracle. It's a tech company. Oracle started in 1977 as a small startup. It was successful from the beginning because their first product, a relational database management system, was based on an industry standard, SQL. Being able to participate in standards as a small company, working with larger companies, has been a real advantage for Oracle from the very beginning. And so we say standards are part of our DNA. If you met Don Deutsch in previous years, you probably heard him say that, and that's who I'm quoting. We are not only standards users, but we are also a standards developer. We run the Java community process. We have low hundreds of our staff participating in over 120 standards organizations, and I'll just give you a top 6. ISO, IEC, JTC1, HL7, we acquired Cerner, so we are very much in the health space these days. W3C, 3GPP, OASIS, and IETF. We participate in standards because they have they encourage open membership and a consensus-based process for making decisions. And we want that for 3 reasons. One is very much just a self-serving goal, which is we want a seat at the table. All the parties that go to standards meetings want take their own agenda, take their own interests to the table, and we are no different. The second is that we want more people from all over the world, all kinds of stakeholders, to be involved in standards, because that drives international alignment and international adoption of the standard, and that means decreased fragmentation. That's one thing we can agree on. There are more things we can agree on. And we like a broad set of stakeholders to be writing the standards, not just one, as in not just the government, not just industry. We want a broad set of stakeholders writing the standards. There are 5 stages in standards development that are important for the stakeholders, the market, if you will, to be driving those decisions, as opposed to government. And it's important for government. US government is probably the only one listening, but it's important to preserve these and support this remaining the status quo, if you will. First, the decision to start a project. That alone should be made a decision with stakeholders. The scope of the project, the approach, the specific details of the project. When is the project finished? When is it ready to be published? Not given an artificial deadline like 2 years from now. And finally, when is it ready to be updated or withdrawn? And that point in particular is such a great feature of standards, that there is a built-in process in standards organizations to have a minimum period to revise the standard, to review the standard, decide what needs to be done with it. And there are a lot of things that happen over time that necessitate having a built-in function to change standards. The threats change in cybersecurity in particular, but in other areas too. Technology changes. The use of the standard, their lessons learned. Was it effective? Did it do the things we hoped it would accomplish? Did it go too far in creating barriers for the market in some way? That all has to be done through revisions, and that's not something that government regulation or government standards even do. I also want to take a moment to say something about open source in the tech sector, because it's unique, and it's always been part of the tech sector, but certainly in the last 10, 20 years, it's such a big factor. Open source is partly a development model and partly a standards model, if you will. It replaces, in a lot of ways, needs for standards for interoperability. It doesn't replace all needs for standards. In fact, even open source needs standards because they're competing open source approaches. But it is a major factor in the tech sector. I don't think there's another equivalent where you can create a product together, copy paste for no additional cost. I don't think that's happening in other industries. And the governments around the world are not quite thinking about standards and open source in a similar way. I think sometimes it's appropriate, sometimes not appropriate. I think that's an area to work on. I will leave it there for now. I should also say our companies invest far more in open source than in standards. The number of people, the amount of dollars, the amount of time, it's dwarfed in standards compared to open source. Now I have some recommendations. So how much time do I have, by the way? Okay. First, we'll start with the SDOs. So the bottom line here is that the future of SDOs is going to be made by decisions or determined by decisions made by companies, organizations that are your members, maybe some that have already walked away, but not the people in your working groups. So you need to be able to talk about your activities to the C-suite of these organizations, to policymakers, and to consumers. And that's both individuals, but also companies are consumers of tech products. That will be important to your future and being able to survive. And the other issue is that we heard about it in the last panel, that the need to streamline processes. If the SDO is heavily process-oriented, very much dependent on having meetings, these are very difficult things for tech companies to reconcile. Having the ROI, I think another speaker was saying that they're able to do that. I would love to talk to them. So on the fact that our standard system is organic, if you will, it creates a lot of confusion. And it would be nice if some of our communities that already exist, it could be SDOs, it could be other communities, create guideposts, are able to collect the information about what exists, what's under development. A really nice example that I've seen recently is the UK AI Hub. It's a really nice tool to be able to see what's out there in AI. It may not be perfect, but it's a great start, and where it's not perfect, somebody can submit something and add to that database. And then I have some recommendations for government in two different roles. Government as a stakeholder, as a user for standards. You need to be using the system and lead by example. When the US government in particular is not leading by example, or other governments, it is a tip off to be able to do the same thing in other countries. The US government may have one motivation, such as national security, but whatever we choose to do in our country is going to be replicated or used as a reason to do things that we don't want to see other countries do. And reference standards. We understand government needs to regulate, but we don't necessarily need to go off and do things on your own in a unique way. It's also very important for government agencies to define their standards objectives related to their mission. You know what your mission is, but what are the standards objectives that would support that? And where do you want to participate? What standards organizations are important to the agency? Communicating that would also be helpful to industry and to the SDOs. For US government in particular, it would be great to think about the needs for emerging technologies such as AI, and think about that you both need to support innovation as well as guardrails, and supporting a standard system that's open and consensus-based will support those goals. So you can walk and chew gum, we need a standard system to do that. The availability of standards is probably a very long conversation, but I will just say it's important for education, for universities, as we heard about earlier, for developers, for compliance scheme owners and people developing the schemes to have access to standards, and that clashes with standards organizations' models. Third, I would reiterate something that Jessica said, that we need to be able to, the government needs to be able to tell its partners what their plans are in standards and encourage them to join at the table, join the standards organizations that the US government thinks are important. And fragmentation is not a good thing. There are a lot of things that are creating fragmentation. One is that our states, governments are trying to fill a void. So like in AI, we're seeing that. I was sitting next to Jamie Ferguson. He said there are like 100 bills across the United States and state legislatures on AI. And the issue of values comes up a lot. Values are, we can see the need for thinking about values, but to the extent that it is a way to fragment, it's not a good thing. Use it to bring people to the table. Thanks.
Elaine, thanks. What's particularly noteworthy from your remarks, I think, is while it might be what you characterized are both trends that are very specific to what the ICT industry is seeing. So for example, the role of open source, but also what's happening generally, right? So to me, an interesting aspect here is often while these issues could be characterized as well, but these are very much ICT industry specific. There are two aspects, right? So one is the ICT industry is often the canary in the coal mine. So I think that kind of gives us a sense of what we can expect coming down the pike. But the second thing to me, I think that's more interesting, is show me a sector that doesn't use ICT, right? It's like, let's turn the clock back 100 years and say, show me a sector that doesn't use electricity, right? So, I mean, this is something that's coming for everyone. So thank you for those remarks. Our next panelist is Don Shackelford from the Department of Commerce's International Trade Administration. And Don's going to bring a perspective, a very key perspective, looking at the impacts of standards and standards policies. So Don, great to have you on the panel, and over to you.
Thanks, Ajit, and thank you very much to ANSI for having me here today. This is a very timely subject. We deal a lot with this within the International Trade Administration. So I manage a few different offices within ITA, but the one I want to talk about today is the Office of Trade Agreements, Negotiations, and Compliance. This is the office within Commerce Department that participates in the international negotiations of our free trade agreements at the World Trade Organization, at the OECD. And once those agreements are implemented, we also work on the implementation, ensuring that our trading partners are actually fulfilling the obligations that they agreed to. And this includes obligations under the WTO TBT agreement, as well as the TBT chapters in our free trade agreements. So looking across some of the key disciplines covered by the trade agreements, we work with a diverse cross-section of stakeholders in this space, including standards developers, certifiers, manufacturers, trade associations, accrediting bodies, and foreign governments. And essentially, we are the policymakers who seek to ensure that foreign governments are complying with their obligations. And we also encourage our trading partners to provide transparency that goes beyond these agreements and which is more in line with the policies of the United States as far as we go in transparency and including public participation in the development of our regulations. A significant portion of our work is to closely monitor technical regulations and conformity assessment procedures being put in place by foreign governments. And in doing so, we are constantly advocating for trading partners to rely on best technical standards available, and that such international standards should always be developed in accordance with the World Trade Organization's Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade decision. The WTO TBT decision lays out principles that international standards bodies should follow in developing international standards, principles of transparency, openness, impartiality, and consensus, effectiveness, relevance, and coherence. The US government believes this is the foremost guidance that foreign governments should look to in determining if a standard is truly international. In particular, we try to counter the incorrect assumption that just because a standard is developed in the United States, that it is an American standard. In many cases, it is an international standard. The Geneva-based standards development organizations do not have the monopoly on international. My office's work in this area also complements a number of US initiatives being undertaken under the new US government National Standards Strategy for Critical and Emerging Technologies. As many of you, I know in this room are aware, the strategy highlights the US commitment to certain long-standing principles of standards development processes built on transparency, private sector and public sector leadership, and stakeholder engagement. I have a number of points on the strategy, but I know you've already heard a lot about it over the past 2 days, so I will skip those. Just to say that the US strategy doubles down on our commitment to expand coordination with allies and partners to enhance and protect the private sector-led international standards process. The goal is to ensure that standards development processes are technically sound, independent, and responsive to broadly shared market and societal needs. I want to touch on the role of government in standards development and where we see risks. As I'm sure most of you here are already aware, the United States voluntary consensus technical standards are private sector driven, allowing for nimble response to market-driven needs. For greatest economic benefit, this approach requires robust participation from the private sector. Speaking from experience in the Department of Commerce, work with US industry, we find it critical that technical standards be based on strong technical inputs and research and development. Thus, the United States engagement centers on improving technical contributions from public and private sector stakeholders. We seek to let the science drive the conversation so that we can support development of technically sound standards that promote high-quality products around the globe. For the US government support of standards works best when governments provide technical capabilities and reduce barriers to participation for interested stakeholders and refrain from undue political influence in the process. This is particularly important when we consider standards development for new critical and emerging technologies. The US believes in pushing back on threats to the well-established international standardization infrastructure. This includes preventing attempts to use standards development processes to reduce market access and/or erode economic competitiveness, including geopolitical efforts to disrupt the consensus standards process. We need to work closely with our major trading partners to address such efforts. However, the answer is not to limit participation in standards development. And I think that my colleague from the NSA pointed that out as well. I'd like to touch on Europe. Europe states that it wants greater cooperation in new and emerging technologies, but in practice, what we are seeing and hearing from numerous stakeholders is that often US firms are excluded from participating in the EU's standards development process. Don't get me wrong, the United States recognizes that certain strategic competitors do seek to undermine the integrity of long-standing standards development processes, pushing top-down approaches to gain mercantilist advantage. However, our response is not to close ourselves off from international contributions, but rather to redouble our commitment to broad and inclusive participation on terms that support the integrity and impartiality of the standards development process. Broad participation is not a threat if we let science and technical merit drive the discussion. Working together, the United States and our trading partners can promote even greater inclusion and integrity in standards development in order to help ensure inclusive and sustainable growth for all. Turning back to the TBT decision I referenced earlier, I want to emphasize the importance of communicating that what defines an international standard is not location. Obviously, we sometimes have a different approach on standards than the European Union. But I would like to dispel the myth that international standards developed outside the EU do not reflect EU values or interests. I would argue, on the contrary, that the US approach to standards development results in international standards reflect our shared values and interests. I think Nigel drove this home quite well in his keynote remarks earlier. Increasingly, we've seen a trend of insularity in EU standards development that severely limits opportunities for cooperation and collaboration and excludes harmonized European standards that reference or incorporate fit-for-purpose non-European standards. The EU's recent amendment to Regulation number 1025/2012 as part of its standard strategy calls on European standards organizations to align their internal governance processes to respond to the Commission's requests for the development of new harmonized standards, stating that unrestricted participation by any stakeholder in ESO internal decision-making may lead to decisions that do not entirely consider the interests and policy objectives of the European Union. I believe Nigel called this malarkey. I like that term. This has raised concerns that non-EU stakeholders will be further restricted in their ability to participate, and that resulting standards will create regional divergences. Standardizing experts, such as those in CEN and CENELEC, should be free to recognize relevant international standards or parts of standards from anywhere in the world, and to reach agreements with standardizing bodies to use and reference existing standards in their own work products. Such a practice would open the doors to robust cooperation with close trading partners and spur even greater trade with like-minded partners. I want to also emphasize that it isn't just about the development of a standard, but equally how governments are using those standards. Ultimately, even if the best international standards are developed, it falls upon governments to reference those standards in their technical regulations. My office is committed to making sure that our trading partners are doing just that, leaning on relevant international standards when developing technical regulations and conformity assessment procedures. Technical regulations, conformity assessment procedures, accreditation rules can all act as significant trade barriers, potentially even more costly in many cases than import tariffs. To be clear, the WTO-TBT agreement directly recognizes members' right to regulate, and we understand there are many legitimate objectives for establishing regulatory requirements. However, it is essential that governments strike the right balance, finding a way to regulate while also avoiding the creation of unnecessary obstacles to international trade. Also, as countries develop more and more mandatory technical requirements, it becomes even more important that there be broad participation in the development of those standards. I spent a few years working on trade issues with India, and I had a number of opportunities to work with the Bureau of the Bureau of Indian Standards, not BIS, different BIS. And I would go in and I'd question them on certain standards that India-specific standards that they were using. One of them was on cosmetics and one was on tires. And the explanation I got was, well, Indian skin is different. And that's why we need an India-specific standard. And Indian roads are bumpier. That's why we need an India-specific tire standard. I could be wrong, but it did not seem as if their logic was based on science. This raised the question that I think we all need to grapple with is how do we get countries like India more engaged in international standards development so they can contribute to international standards that also work for them rather than expecting them to just be standards takers. This led to fragmentation, or at least that's the experience that I had seen in working with them. In conclusion, I want to highlight an area that often doesn't get enough attention, but where there is important and impactful work taking place, and where there is room for ongoing communication and discussion about the future of standards. That is the WTO-TBT Committee, which continues to be one of the workhorses of the World Trade Organization. Its delegates continue to meet regularly to engage in important conversations about TBT issues. In fact, this year, in an effort to reach more interested stakeholders, it started live streaming its thematic sessions for the public, including on topics like regulatory cooperation, on climate change, plastics regulation, and cybersecurity. Next month, it will live stream its sessions on conformity assessment and e-commerce and the use of digital technologies and tools in good regulatory practices. I'd tell you all to get some popcorn and watch, but you might want coffee because the sessions generally start at 4 in the morning. I will just conclude by saying, I encourage your participation. We welcome hearing from you on thematic topics that could be useful for policymakers across governments to talk about at the WTO. We get a lot of great technical engagement there, and there's a lot of good conversations that take place on the margins among the experts that are not politicized. And we want to expand that communication as much as we can. So look forward to hearing from you during the question and answer period. Thanks, Ajit.
Great, thank you, Dawn. So first question, can we have politicization of standards as a thematic session in the TBT committee meeting?
Did you notice I didn't say that word during my presentation?
No.
We'll come up with a different title.
There we go, right. That sounds like a really good plan. Dawn, I think the other thing that's really interesting over here is the point that you're making about how do we bring in the considerations of the flexibility that countries actually have under the TBT committee to use standards as they see fit. And I think you used the example of one particular country looking to use the particular system in a particular way to potentially either in a protectionist manner or to genuinely create a level playing field for their manufacturers, which creates these trade tensions, but then also balancing that out with sometimes these strategic partnerships that the US government might choose to have for larger geopolitical or larger perspectives. So that'll be something that'll be really worthwhile exploring as to how do we strike that right balance. And since you touched upon Europe, and this could have been a very US-centric perspective, Our last panelist to provide perspectives is Carter Ellsworth, who is with the DVB Forum. And Carter is going to maybe perhaps work in some of the European perspectives over here. And so Carter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ajit. I'm delighted to be able to participate in this panel today. So my name is Carter Ellsworth, and I'm the legal director of the DVB project, which is based in Geneva. And as our other colleagues have said, I speak on my own behalf and not necessarily on the DVB's behalf or of any of its members. And also, I just note in passing that I participate in ANSI activities through another entity, helicon.net, which is a member of ANSI. Let's see if I can work this. Oh, I didn't realize this would build. So, DVB project is a standards development organization which is based in Geneva. We develop standards for digital video broadcasting and in related fields. We have some 150 members, and we are celebrating this year 30 years of being an organization. We started our activities at the time that digital television was just starting. At the time, for example, in the United States, that ATSC was beginning its work, and there were comparable efforts as well in Japan and in China. Let's see. And so our standards have been adopted virtually everywhere. It's a little troubling because I cannot see what I'm building up to. So here we are. Our standards have been developed for worldwide application, and one or more standards have been adopted virtually anywhere. And here in the United States, for example, our transmission standards for digital transmission of video from satellites has been adopted. This is our DVB S2 standard. And as you can see on the right, our standard setting effort represents the full value chain, where we have, thank you. But it's, thank you. And including, for example, content providers and broadcasters, network operators, and also equipment suppliers. And then we also have a special role which is given to regulators who enjoy their own constituency within the governance of DVB. So we have truly a balance in our membership. So I apologize for this build. I didn't realize once again. So here just demonstrates our internal process we have within DVB of developing our standards. It shows that how we've developed an organization over years of trying to set our standards. But what is important is what's important is the fact that once we have developed completed our work on a particular DVB standard, there as represented by a DVB Blue Book, we in turn send the specification off to a joint technical committee bringing together the European Broadcasting Union, ETSI, and CENELEC. And so in terms of formal standardization in the European environment, we look to the recognized European standards organizations. So DVB, in American parlance, develops a specification, then we look for someone else to decide the standard. So this afternoon, I'd like to talk about two issues. An issue which I think you've heard now repeatedly about standards development and the impact of the BIS regulations on naming certain entities with which to limit the transfer of technology. And then finally, a couple of words on DVB's innovative governance rules. And the question that was presented back, I think in 2019, was how would DVB as a European standards organization handle the issues raised by the decision by BIS of naming certain entities. And here, DVB was confronted with a couple of issues, notably, and this is the issue which Ken was wrestling with as well, were our draft documents published for purposes of US Export Administration regulations? And second, if so, were our members, including our American members, could they continue alongside these listed entities to undertake standards development using existing practices defined by our policies and procedures? So those were the questions. Those are the questions which we were addressing, and I think this also impacted some of our European members as well, because of course they were subject to rules governing their use of technology which they had received from their American partners. This went through, and I won't go through the history. This went through a couple of iterations, and finally, this came around to a view that there would be a safe haven, a safe harbor for entities, for standards developers that were considered to be voluntary consensus standards bodies under the definition adopted in an OMB circular, circular A119. And here, all the elements that we've heard as key to standards development were to be present: openness, balance, due process, and appeals process, and consensus, and finally rules with respect to intellectual property rights. You may think, well, that's all very well for an American body, an American standards body. How does that work out for a European body like DVB? And it turns out that the criteria for standards developers under the circular are comparable to the text and to the tests set out for organizations developing ICT technical specifications under the standardization regulation, which we've heard about before this afternoon, but in a different context. And here, yes, and here it makes clear that in the within Europe, what's important is not only the European standardization organizations that are formally recognized by the European Union, but also the ability of other entities to create specifications, notably in the ICT field, provided that they meet a certain set of standards. And here you'll find that this Annex 2 to the regulation has a list of characteristics which are notably similar to the OMB circular that we just saw: openness, consensus, transparency, balance, IPR, and the like. So DVB became fairly comfortable that it would easily fall within the definition proposed by the OMB circular, and that the named entities which were actively participating in DVB activities were free to continue in those activities, and that moreover we were able to satisfy our US members that this was the case as well. So this was nothing new, by the way. Looking at this list of factors that are comparable to the OMB circular was also something we have looked at constantly over the past when we're trying to assess DVB's activities in a number of areas, including IPR licensing, whether we satisfy guidelines on, as I said, by participation by listed entities, and also for antitrust reasons as well, so we can give assurance to our members that our activities, as long as they comply with the elements of the scorecard, are in fact enjoy freedom from liability from coming together as entities working together in common for a particular purpose. In conclusion, I just want to touch a little bit on this on a final slide to talk about that we not only have great standards, but we have DVB has developed over the years a set of innovative governance rules. I've already touched on the fact that we are a public-private partnership. The European Commission participates in our work, in our activities, as well as regulators from member states. They have sometimes taken the lead in some of our work. There's been a long-standing ad hoc group on regulation which assists us in our work. We've had 25 years, and I think we'll come back to this during the Q&A, of consensus-based decisions. We never took a decision. We never took a decision requiring a vote at the steering board level. The steering board is our top governance entity. That was for 25 years. Now, over the past 5 years, that record has frittered away because there's increasing invocation of our rules within DVB against deadlocks. We also have a cutting-edge IPR policy, which is not only requires FRAND licensing, but also something which is fairly unique within standards bodies of requiring arbitration for disputes involving licensing. And also we are active in the fostering of patent pools covering our standards. And finally, another unique feature of DVB is that we have directly addressed the risk of market dominance regarding some of our standards, where the risk was that it'd be 1 or 2 or maybe 4 players that would be able to capture markets as a result of their technology. We've come up with solutions for those, solutions which were in turn adopted or accepted by various institutions within the European Union. So we are not just standards bodies, we've also been brought to come up with innovative solutions for challenges to our standards development and implementations of our standards. So Ajit, that in a nutshell is a little bit of a perspective from across the Atlantic.
Great, Carter, thank you very much. Again, a reminder about how different standards organizations have had to figure out different approaches. And again, points to this, perhaps the strength in diversity and also how no two standards bodies are the same. So just as a time check, I have 2:51 on my watch. I know we've been going at it since about 12:40, so almost about 12:45, 1:15-ish. If it's okay with the panel and the participants, could we maybe just take a brief comfort break here and reconvene at 3 p.m.? And that will give us about an hour or so for really delving into question and answers. So folks, if everyone can be back by 3 p.m., that would be fantastic. Thank you. And please use that coffee to also think about the questions that you want to pose for the panel.
Your list of current issues.
Big thanks to everyone. I know it's a little bit hard to get back from coffee and from the conversations, but we did say we were going to reconvene at 3 o'clock, and it is a few minutes past 3. I have a fairly long list of questions that I could get started with, but that's not why you're here. So we're going to kind of start and see if anyone has questions from the floor. So please identify yourself, and if your question is directed at a particular speaker, or if it's directed at anyone on the panel or all the members of the panel, please let us know. So any questions from the floor? Pete, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Kind of sort of.
Maybe now.
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is, I think, to everyone, I think based on, Elaine, your 5 points. So one question I have and continue to have, and I think we have as an industry, and it maybe goes to the kind of standardization organizations versus the forum, consortia, they have different makeup sometimes where there's bylaws, rules, and basically how you guys are highlighting it, the consortium and maybe the last point was similar to an SDO in effect with the rules, but what happens when we want to interact, and how do we collaborate more effectively with organizations that do modify their bylaws, their IPR policy, and how do we kind of work to kind of move them more toward a consensus rule and regulations where we can more collaborate on the same level? So the background of this also, a lot of the consortium forum, I'm talking more is maybe not the broadband forum in particular, but organizations that maybe are founding members that create their own for the sake of the solution. And so those are all the construct. There are increasing in certain industries for the needs to kind of create pre-consensus. And so these are just as valuable, but there's some contentions among the members that play in the international standards body making process versus those that have maybe more onerous on the individual that participate, having given up their IP or giving up something or having the rules or regs change if they come and play in that forum or consortia. So I'm looking at more, how do we kind of get over this to kind of have an expeditious, agile, more collaborative, engaged construct?
Got to go ahead.
Well, within DVB, we have a couple of ways of handling issues. We see this question most notably when DVB is working with other standard-setting bodies alongside on a particular issue, and we have liaison agreements. In the liaison agreements, we enter into liaison agreements fairly easily when there's a general agreement as to, for example, the broad range of IPR rules. And then the second, so the liaison agreement establishes a framework. It could be deeper or not. The second time these issues come up is when we're asked to consider normatively referencing a standard that's been developed and concluded at another standards body. And so once again, we look at IPR policy and whether the sister standards body is truly a standards body. In other words, that's all the attributes, many of the attributes we've seen on that Annex 2 of the standardization regulation. And that's worked fairly well as well. And the issue that's come up more recently, though, is what happens when there's an IPR policy, which is notably different from DVB's IPR policy, which is FRAND licensing, which recognizes the ability of holders of patents that are essential to our DVB standards. What happens when there's a proposed liaison partner or an entity which has authored normatively referenced materials that has an IPR policy which appears to compel royalty-free licensing? So, I mean, it works sometimes imperfectly, but we try to create mechanisms in order to make it work.
Ken, anything from your perspective?
It's our experience has most often been, most of our liaison experience is with organizations that are of such a size and such a history that we don't tend to encounter the kinds of specific issues that you're talking about. Yeah, there are specific organizations that we've encountered where we have to be aware, particularly what Carter just said, of the IPR implications of anything that we reference in particular, but even with regards to any liaison or anything approaching a collaborative effort. But that's really been the exception to the rule. And if my recollection serves correctly, they have tended, in our experience, to be smaller and, if you will, maybe more transitory kinds of organizations that are set up for a specific purpose, a specific technology, and then tend to have a natural lifespan, and then maybe become less relevant to the industry. I think I can't say this as a statement of fact, but it just seems that any organization that is going to have an extended lifespan and be broadly applicable over an extended lifespan is probably going to have to deal with IPR and with governing issues in a way that is relatively consistent with the kinds of with the kinds of values that you're talking about.
Any perspectives from Jess, Elaine, Dawn?
I would only add that I echo what you're saying about the kind of speed and agility of those groups. Their ability to pop up and get good work done and spin down quickly, I feel like it might be a tool to leverage as we think about how to accelerate the standards process in a way to get to get more folks engaged, seeing that ROI sooner. I think that might be a potential solution. We NSA participate in a couple of consortia, like you described, as liaisons. And we've always, even though we don't vote, we don't, we can only offer perspective, they do seem to get work done very quickly. And so I hope that when we talk about standardization, we think broadly about it like that to incorporate those kinds of groups.
Great. So, one of the themes, one of the common elements across all of your observations was the importance of communication, right? Communication within an organization, communication at all levels across an organization. Elaine, something that you mentioned as part of your recommendation for SDOs, which I think has a much larger impact, was when you were counseling SDOs to think not just about the message that the members who participate in the standards organization bring, but also maybe figuring out how does that message travel up and come from a C-suite level executive. I wanted to drill a little bit more into that, right? Because that has direct bearings on some aspects of the issues that lead to politicization, like policymakers hearing from C-suite executives about what's important, what's not important. Standards organizations hearing from the people who actually make the decisions on who can participate or not. So this is a question for anyone on the panel, and I welcome feedback from everyone. What's been your experience around that particular aspect? How important do you think that really is? Or is this issue about, C-suite executives need to speak up more overrated than it really is? Go ahead.
Start.
Please.
Well, so one theme, both at my current employer and my past one, is that people in the trenches, so to speak, including myself, may not get a message to get involved in standards, even when it makes complete sense. Like, you can see that the impact is going to be there for the organization. But the upper levels of management may not see the ROI. They may not see, like, okay, what do we get out of it by dedicating somebody? And I think the people in the working groups, while they get their technical areas very well, they may not be able to articulate that as well to their management. So an SDO being able to give that to their members would be very helpful. And then I like your idea too, that is, if once you have more buy-in from C-suites, especially in the tech sector, which is very open source focused, that will help message to government agencies and legislature, et cetera.
Go ahead, Donna. I was going to turn to you because it's like the moment Elaine said that would help message to the government. So
Will it help?
it's going to be Dawn and then it's going to be Jess.
If only the message could get to the government. Yes. So my experience with this has been very challenging over the years. So we know that issues related to standards development and technical regulations, conformity assessment, accreditation, we know that these are all trade barriers. I have a database of active cases that we are tracking across all of the WTO agreements. We have over 500 cases we are tracking. About 2/3 of those relate to this area. So we know it is the biggest set of issues that our exporters are facing in our trading partners. However, when a CEO comes in to meet with a cabinet level official, they never raise these issues. They usually come in with their top 2 or 3 issues, and they are never related to standards or conformity assessment related issues. And this is extremely frustrating for those of us who work on this, because during the pre-brief, we are trying to get our cabinet officials beefed up on these issues, that these are very important, these affect so many of our industries. And there's usually 2 things that end up happening. I think the CEO or those who are briefing the CEO figured that some other company is going to raise it because it's so pervasive. Okay, so they don't need to be the ones to raise it because somebody else is going to raise it. And then what happens is that nobody raises it. The other thing I have had and seen happen is with a lot of big companies, they adapt. So they'll just, if there's a local testing requirement, Or if there's, if you have to be localized in Europe to be able to participate, they just do that. And that's great for big companies in the United States, but the vast majority of US exporters are actually small businesses. And they still face these challenges. They can't, test their product in 32 different markets. They need to be able to test their product here in the United States and have those test results recognized in, another country in line with, the international trade obligations, but we're not seeing that happen. So I remember working very closely with a major US corporation, and we had the cabinet official and their CEO were going to meet, and they meet, and the CEO basically tells the cabinet member, oh, we fixed it ourselves, we don't need your help. And after months of trying to prepare to actually get this on the radar, that these are significant issues that warrant the attention of cabinet level officials in the United States. So please never assume that another company is raising the issue. And it's very important that we try to at least get some type of communication at a level where the C-suite can talk about it intelligently with US government officials.
Any other perspectives?
Yeah, I think I would add that what Dawn made me think of when she was speaking was that there needs to be more of a feedback loop, I think, between, certainly you mentioned the need for folks to know when there's an opportunity to be involved in standard that would benefit the company. And I think having kind of a sense of the big picture direction of where the company is going would help the employee identify that as well. And what I've seen from my participation in standards is the ability to then go back to your leadership to be able to say why it was valuable for you to do that, even if you lost the argument. The concept of building in your influence in standards as a portion of the ROI, even if it wasn't necessarily a technical win, you maybe didn't get the argument to go your way, having that long-term influence will benefit the company down the road. So I wonder if what we could drive is more of a feedback loop within an organization and then between organizations and government as well, in order to get folks talking to each other at that level.
And just this another aspect to what you mentioned, right, which was even if your argument didn't carry, the experience you gain, the credibility that you get, but that's also a long-term investment and a long-term play where, again, the ROI on that sometimes is not evident, right? So we're kind of stuck in this conundrum where if your success is measured by short-term results, how do you address that? And I think this really gets to perhaps points that both Phil and Joe made in terms of campaigns that raise awareness, that sensitize people to the fact that sometimes results can be very quick, but sometimes the results are really much more longer-term efforts. Janet, do we have any questions from participants online? Or Anne, sorry. I'm sorry, I did not mean to put you in the spot. Okay, great, thanks. Andy? Oh, it's behind you. Oh, there's one behind you, one in front of you.
If I could, okay. Yep. If I could go back a step, when the question, as I heard it, was sort of, why can't everybody be the same? Why do we have diversity, equity, and inclusion, in standards processes? And it's worth, talking about why we are today and why where we are today is a good thing. If you were to ask Jim Turner, who is the staffer on the Hill, who helped put OMB 119 amendments together way back in 1995, the reason that we have this complicated voluntary consensus body definition is because government was getting out of the standards business. And what they were doing in doing that was to basically replicate the administrative law process in order to make sure that something would follow from that change in policy so that the standards that might end up being referenced into law would be thoughtfully put together transparently with broad consensus. Makes perfect sense. And it continues to make perfect sense today when you're talking about health standards, safety standards, anything with a public policy dimension. On the other hand, when you get down to information and communication technology widgets, a lot of the aspects of that break. I mean, trying to get diversity of inclusion in someone setting a wavelength feature. beyond the people that are actually going to build something that implements that is difficult to impossible. If you look at traditional standards development processes, where if you vote no, or maybe even if you abstain, you have to give the reason why you voted and abstained and what would have to change in order to turn you into a yes. And then somebody has to get around, and the committee has to decide whether we're not changing it. If we're not going to change it, explain why. This is very time consuming. So in around 1980, when the technology cycle started to increase, technology companies said, we can't do this. By the time we're done, we're on the next generation of technology. So that's where consortia came about to begin with, and they needed more agility. Some of the good news is, as the consortia got faster, so did the SDOs, because there's lots of overlap in subject area between the two, they sped up as well. You see within different verticals, if you look at consumer electronics, if you look at data formats, they're all typically laden with lots of patents and heavy SEP loads and the necessity to have patent pools. If you look at the internet and the web, zero royalties. You wouldn't have the internet and the web today if you had the same expectations as you had in some other domains. So this isn't a bug, this is a feature. This is the standards development environment evolving to meet the needs of the stakeholders, in that area. Now, it's certainly true when you're talking at IPR, you need to have coherence across, some degree of coherence across normatively referenced standards. But that doesn't mean that within different domains that those expectations might be different. So I think what we want to do is appreciate this diversity and hope that it continues to evolve in a productive way and not sort of have false expectations. How does this get in politicalization? Within government, there's this still knee-jerk reaction to go back to OMBA 119. And the Huawei example is a perfect example of when this happened, that is part of the political give and take. When they came up with the first interim rule, they said, let's use OMBA 119. Everyone knows that. We'll just say, if you're that, then you're okay. Well, that was fine if that's what you were. But when you look at most of the many of the standards that were out there, they were by consortia. And they didn't do this long feedback loop to resolve things. For some reason, consortia don't seem to have a need for appeals, whereas SDOs seem to have a lot of need for appeals. So you typically don't see a formal appeals process in a consortium. What you do see, here's my favorite example, do you know how you determine, show of hands, how many people know how consensus is determined in the IETF?
Doesn't.
Big smiles? Tell us, how do you do it? You hum. Now, if that isn't diversity for diversity's sake, I love it. So, we need to have some toleration for humming in standards. Thank you.
Andy, thanks for those observations, and particularly for the historical perspective about the growth of consortia. Do we have any other questions? Amy, go ahead, please. I think we have one very active table over here, so we've got to figure out how do we get that activity to the other tables.
And I'm stating the obvious here too, but another thing that I see happening is labeling, and that's using to confuse things. So they say, oh, we didn't do standards, we did technical specifications. Oh no, we did codes of conduct. Oh, we're doing recommendations. and there's that sort of, under which of the eggs, is the, or under which cup is the egg or whatever. And I think that one thing that I just keep always coming back to, which I'm stating the obvious, it's those due process principles. I don't care if you point to WTO, TBT, the ANSI essential requirements is a great checklist of very similar type things. And I think that's where we get away from, the labeling, how people describe things as they try to maybe potentially avoid certain requirements. It's just they have to, comply with those at a high level. And if we do that, that helps a lot. And it helps our own US government understand, and it helps the foreign ones. And I think, we have to just keep coming back and reinforcing that that has to be there for any kind of standard specification, whatever. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Amy. So I guess I have a question for all the members of the panel. Both Andy's observations and Amy's observations pointed to the fact, and the conversations this morning all pointed to the fact we have a very rich, very diverse, and a rapidly evolving standards landscape. New players, new drivers, new dynamics. simple question. While some people would look at it as a threat, there clearly are opportunities. And I'm wondering if any of you would weigh in with your thoughts on what are the opportunities that actually arise from this evolving landscape? How can we leverage this? Any takers?
I can go first.
All right, go ahead, June.
I actually, though my agency deals in threats, I see a great number more opportunities in our current landscape than I have fears. I think that the current landscape indicates that there is both a lot of support for standards around the world, a lot of need for standards around the world, and a real opportunity for us to ensure that these standards are written with early participation from folks who share the same sort of democratic norms and values that we have. There's a side to this that makes me a little concerned that early participation in standards might jump the gun a slight bit, that we might not be ready for engagement in standards quite on the timeline that other nations are engaging in them. But I think we can take this opportunity to challenge our perspectives on what could get done, what could be the good work that gets done that doesn't narrow or limit our innovation options, but maybe do positive things like bake security in from the beginning. I'm thinking specifically of the AI example. This is not a space where we want to narrow our view, we want to broaden our view, but we want to do it in a way that's secure. Similarly with, I'm going to say smart cities because I'm not remembering the right word that Mary taught me, that I'm not supposed to say smart cities anymore, because that's a buzzword. Interconnected systems. Connected infrastructure, thank you, Mary, I knew she had my back. That's another opportunity where we can get engaged in an early stage to be sure that whatever comes out of that standardization process is something that we can leverage here at home safely.
Dawn.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to go to the WTO TBT committee meeting in June with Jennifer Stratman and participate in a number of the bilateral meetings that we were having with various countries. And hearing Daniel from USAID talk about the Standards Alliance earlier, and just kind of being able to see some of the results of that work. I mean, meeting with some of the African countries, for example, who really are leaning towards more of a US approach. And even in a bilateral with China, I mean, being able to have a very technical conversation with them about real issues that is outside the political sphere of things. And, seeing that, I'm not gonna say that there aren't some nefarious actions in certain areas. But there's a whole lot of space where we are seeing China, at least in the WTO, really trying to feel out what is the right way to do this. And there's opportunity there to try and engage and steer them in the right direction. Because I think there is an interest, whether it's through the Standards Alliance and through other engagement that we have, to try and steer some of our trading partners towards a system that is more like the United States and less like what some that the Europeans are doing. So there are opportunities.
Great, thank you. Carter, Ken, Elaine, any perspectives from where you sit on the opportunities?
I think the goal is, and I know this from my experience at DVB, is to have, when you're trying to develop standards in a broad market, which is television, digital television, which is going to be addressing first all the member states within the European Union, a broad customer base, a number of broadcasters. If you can bring together people that are from the full value chain, leaders and from the full value chain, and use that as a starting point and coming up, and then around them coming up with governance rules, that's probably the best way of being able to move forward. And once you have the governance rules, and the hope is that as television standards evolve, that you'll be able to pivot and be able to address those with the structures that you've come up with. And I think more or less to date, DVB has been able to keep pace with the developments in the industry.
Go ahead.
Two totally different opportunities. One would be the UK is possibly a bridge. They're not necessarily going to reflect what the US is going to do, the approach or why we do things, but certainly there are a lot of opportunities to find commonalities and maybe balance out some of the things that are going on that are more mercantilistic, that word that I heard earlier. The other one is that the ISO IEC JTC1 process includes a pause process, which you don't, it stands for something, and if I told you, it still wouldn't help you understand it, but basically it helps consortia fast track their standards through the process and get both an ISO and IEC identifier. And that opportunity is taken advantage of by a number of organizations represented here today. And I think it's a great approach to taking advantage of doing things in a lighter weight way.
Go ahead, Anne.
So there's one question or one point. Jessica, what are examples of threats that NSA might alert standards developers to?
I think what we've been seeing is in emerging technologies, threats of security being driven down to a baseline level that will not be acceptable to, certainly not for national security systems, but probably would not be acceptable to adoption by the American public in a way that folks would want to make use of in their products from an American company. So I think some of those threats they're a little bit nebulous, right? It's a perceived risk, and I don't want to overstate my case, but I think what we have been trying to do is go very broad in our participation and analysis of what's happening in standards, so we can identify those very technical threats early and be able to share with partners in industry who want to hear them, that we are perceiving a security risk in this space and probably need to up our game. The longer term risk, of course, is that a standard might be written without sufficient input from those who care more about security, and the situation might evolve away from us. We've noticed that happening a little bit in 5G telecom standards, for instance, as sort of a missed ball, right? That these standards got to a place where implementing security in them in a robust way just simply became impossible. So I think we're looking at longer term threats in terms of ways we can really be sure that the products coming out of these standards are secure as possible.
Jessica, I'll hold my question. Jeff Grove at the table over there has another question.
Great, well, thanks. Excellent panel. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So Dawn, thank you for your comments, and really everyone on the panel, but one in particular, we've spent a lot of time talking about the European standard system, some of the other international standard systems, but you talked about a perception when you meet with India, Europe, criticisms of the US system, and one criticism being that we produce American standards. And that's certainly a common one that we hear quite a bit. But the other perception problem I think that we have a real opportunity to address is really this perception about, or really this narrative that keeps being created, that the US standard system is so fragmented, it's so hard to understand, and it's so hard for a non-US entity to get a foothold in the system. And perhaps the new strategy is a real opportunity to take that narrative on head on and talk about really the strengths of the system, everything we all know about how the system actually works in practice, and the openness, transparency, inclusiveness that we've talked about today. So I was just wondering if there's any other comments on that in any other perception issues that you've heard and criticisms about the US standard system that we in the US SDO community need to do a better job taking on. Thanks.
Please go for it. All yours.
Yeah, so in many of our meetings, it's not so much about a criticism of the US system. It's usually, we hear a lot of defensiveness about the concerns that we're raising with the other party's system. I think that when we are meeting with foreign governments, and if they do have questions about the US standard system, if they want to understand it further, we do set up follow-up discussions that usually would include NIST. We ensure that they understand what ANSI is and ASTM and other major entities in the United States that are part of the standards development institution here. So again, I mean, in part, going back to the Standards Alliance, we rely on that quite extensively. We do outreach in APEC, outreach at the WTO, outreach at the OECD, to try, I think, and ensure that we are getting the word out of the benefits of the US system, and we will continue to do that.
And there's another interesting element that approach builds in, right? It's not in your face, but it's a very subtle element, because when you're talking about, so for example, Standards Alliance as an example, right? It's engagement often in a very specific technical area, talking about very specific standards and how those standards enable that particular industry. I think implicit and written in is also the process by which those standards are developed, right? So it's reinforcing that message, and hopefully that's one of those things, the more we're able to do, we're actually able to build this muscle memory about the fact that standards development does not have to be closed, does not have to be exclusive, but good solutions result when it's more open. And it doesn't matter where the standard comes from, as long as it's developed in a process that has certain guardrails in place. Yeah, and that kind of brings me to another question, which is sometimes, and this is going back to what Andy had referenced this morning, a series of bills in Congress, which some might say are aptly appropriate, others might say are protectionist, because it's you shall do this, you shall not do this. Those are often driven by concern about lack of due processes. Is there anything that we can do as a community to help policymakers understand that most standards organizations actually have those due processes built in? The organizations that don't have those policies are potentially where the issues arise. How can we actually have that community discussion, right? Because many of us in the room know this standard space. We know where the issues are. We know where the issues can arise. We know where the process safeguards are robust. So question for the panel, any experiences? And also, actually, I'd open this and say it's probably a question for everyone in the room in terms of your own experiences engaging with policymakers, whether it's in the Hill, whether it's the administration. What have you seen works? What is it that you think we as a community should emulate? Go ahead, Jess.
I might offer that one of the standards for the standards is consensus-driven standards, and I loved what you said before about diversity, equity, and inclusion for standards organizations. That's great. And actually, I agree with that broadly. I think there's ways to get to consensus, a lot of different approaches. Humming might be my favorite, but there's a lot of different ways one can go about that. There's also sort of a lack of clarity on what consensus means in terms of, I don't want legislation about this, don't get me wrong, but I think this is an opportunity for us as participants in the standards organizations to define what it is we think consensus ought to mean and evaluate the SDOs we participate in to see if they meet that definition. One risk we've found in standards organizations is the ability to block standard submissions if just one person doesn't like it. I'm not convinced that that's consensus. I'm not convinced that that's what we mean when we say consensus-driven standards. And so I might offer to the group that maybe this is something someone like an ANSI could take on, is to really evaluate what could consensus mean, how's the word being used today, and what do we feel it ought to mean.
I kind of want to echo that. We have had a great deal of discussion and a great deal of, I'm going to say, of deliberate avoidance of placing a lot of specificity around what consensus means, out of concern that any level of specificity that we may try to define opens up different avenues of for lack of a better term, call it abuse. And as a result, we've had some very difficult decisions. Certainly, the example that you gave of one entity being able to block, that's not consensus, that's unanimity. We've had very difficult situations where a relatively large number of members attempted to block progress on a particular specification, but were unable to provide a technical reason for blocking that progress. And this wasn't even blocking a specific approach. This was just simply trying to halt progress. So, it's not necessarily just a numbers game. It becomes difficult to talk about it in terms of a justification game. And we have had to resort so far to, the famous Supreme Court quote of, "I know it when I see it."
When I see it. Has no relation to
that. Yes. But and that's not a very satisfactory answer. But any internal attempts that we have tried to make to quantify consensus have run up against examples where it opens up the possibility for, you define it, then you define a way around it.
Sure.
And so I would welcome that kind of an effort. I don't know what the end result might look like.
So the order we'll go is Elaine, Carter, and then Dawn.
Okay, real quick. I think it is an opportunity for standards organizations as well to think about the way that the discussion has been framed, and we object to that standards, counting the number of people in a room, counting numbers of chair, et cetera, that doesn't really mean anything. But I think we could get more specific. Those of us who are actually in the standards organizations at the executive levels in particular could break that down a little more and also think about, is that actually true? Like, the chairs are not designed to put their thumb on the scale, but what if they are doing that? What is actually the recourse for a participant? And is it too high a bar? Like, do you have to wait till there's a crisis, or can it be about one paragraph and one standard?
So the process safeguards, right, that are all there. And how well are they being implemented?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carter.
So in the glorious past, that ended a few years ago, in the glorious past, DVB, as I said, never took a vote at the steering board level because we eventually came up each time with a consensus result. And that was good news, and I often thought about why that was, and it was also the case, for example, that although we have an arbitration provision in our IPR rules for 20 years, and it's never been invoked, so we've got a very good record of non-contentiousness, not only in standards development, but also in implementation and licensing. So that was good news. But then since then, there's been a series of steps. Notably, we had to define obstreperous behavior.
Wow.
We had to make specific what constituted filibustering. Then we had to come up with what we call an anti-deadlock provision. And we said, well, it was just adopted in haste. We never really focused on it, and it was for years. It was never formally invoked. When we came close to invoking the anti-deadlock provision, then the obstreperous party, or rather, sorry, the party or the one or two members who were conducting, had sustained objections, would understand that they were isolated, and they were made to understand that in particular during a coffee break. But since then, because we adopted the anti-deadlock provision so quickly, we've come up with, there was a couple of twists and turns as to voting and who can vote, et cetera. So we've never been able to see through the anti-deadlock provision entirely. So I guess my conclusion is that I take Ken's view is that perhaps it's best not to be overly specific, what constitutes a sustained objection or failure to achieve consensus, because as you start legislating or developing rules and procedures in this area, then you just provide more opportunities for people to stick the needle in and try to delay activities.
Go ahead.
So on the issue of legislation, this is kind of an obvious point, and as a US government official, I can't tell any of you to go and lobby Congress, and that's not what I'm doing. But, you know, there is a lot of discussion about this issue of right to regulate that I touched upon in my remarks, and that there is a lot of flexibility in the international agreements, at least, to allow, you know, the protection of human, plant, animal life, and that there are legitimate policy reasons for regulation. And that you can regulate, and you can have technical regulations, and you can have, you know, that are based on standards. And obviously, those who are legislating right now, and mind you, it's not the members, you need to talk to the committees, you need to talk to the committee staff. They're the ones who are actually writing all of this. And they're obviously hearing from one side about this issue of right to regulate, and they need to hear, if I, you know, speaking, you know, as myself and not as a US government official, but they need to hear from the other side of those who are working on standards development, who are working on, you know, what eventually will go into a technical regulation, and try to understand what those unintended consequences might be.
And communicate. Question over there. Go ahead, Doug.
Not a question, but to your question to the audience. We've been very successful in really bringing standards to the administration or administrations through just answering problems, right? So most problems pop up within the administrative framework, not necessarily the regulatory, and approaching them with conformity assessment solutions brings the standards with them, right? Because the standards are the basis for the conformity assessment itself. So in expanding that, we've been very good at adding on to those basic conformity assessment standards, typically ISO IEC, sometimes ASTM, and developing schemes that answer specific problems. So the basis of the standard itself alone doesn't answer the problem, but if you add on it, if you complement it with specific criteria, for example, personnel certification may need XYZ, or a test lab may need to be required to perform specific tests to XYZ. So it's not the basic standard, you know, the new world as I see it isn't standards alone, it's standards plus, typically, right? Typically. So when you approach it just with a sole standard mindset, really it's tough for somebody to swallow. Well, that doesn't meet our needs. But if you add on to that, well, we can complement that with this, and certainly can use the conformity assessment world to implement that, and accreditation bodies like us are the ones that can help be that bridge between what's needed and what's written already, or what needs to be written in the future. So that's what we've seen as success, at least in our arena of conformity assessment.
So a good reminder about standards and conformity assessment as the two faces of the same coin.
Yeah, correct. And if I can continue, and I know Mary wants to go here, but if I can continue to that, you know, looking at the politics associated with conformity assessment, we face the same problems, right? So, you know, as Dawn mentioned, you know, accreditation limitations with Europe, we're facing the same. And to further that, an answer that we had to further the, you know, solutions is that we formed the North American Accreditation Forum. And the basis of that surrounds another trade agreement, which is the USMCA. So Canada, Mexico, and the United States accreditation bodies got together to form a brand new group that the underpinning of that is the principles behind the unfortunate Chapter 11 of the USMCA. fortunate number, but the actual, if you read through that, it does form the same market-driven criteria for conformity assessment and standards that we're looking for. So we've kind of based that as something that we've surrounded ourselves around. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Doug. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, can you hear? Yeah. I'm going to throw this out and don't take it personally if I have to cut out for a meeting, but it's an important question, I think, that came up yesterday. I want to give credit to Gordon. I'm going to ask your question inarticulately, but the role of standards in supporting regulation and then the gap, particularly in new technology areas, potentially between the necessary standards to underpin regulation. We heard about it a little bit yesterday in the artificial intelligence space, and conformity assessment came up, as it should have. We hear about it in the digitally enabled services space, where the classic approach to conformity assessment and some of the traditional standards are not quite adequate to the new types of services that are being provided through the cloud and with software that is updated frequently. So here's the question. We know that standards are rolling out as quickly as possible in emerging technology areas. If taking into account standards readiness level, a lot of AI foundational standards will be ready, but not all will be ready in time for some of the regulations like the EU AI Act. So how do we advise both SDOs and then regulators how to deal with this sort of, it's not a mismatch, but it's kind of a catch-up game. You don't regulate too early, wait, as long as you can for technical underpinning for standards, but if you have to regulate, build in flexibility so as the standards emerge. So how do we deal with that sort of in talking to regulators? Because I think part of the politicization issue is technology advantage, but also part of it is regulators looking for solutions.
Elaine.
So this came up with IoT, where there actually is legislation, but at the time when the legislation was being written, there was a call for a standard to be written, I think, by NIST, and it changed many times before it was actually finalized. But what I think is important is the tech companies, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I think in general, tech companies acknowledge that regulation's coming, regulation is needed. And it's nice when there's a standard that exists that can be referenced, that can be incorporated by reference or alluded to in the text. But when there's not one, frequently it's the task of NIST and legislation to write a standard or whatever the verb they use is. And what I would like to see is an agency like NIST be used as an advisor for whatever, they might need to write something on day zero. But here again, back to my comments, the most important thing about standards is that they get updated. So it can't be legislation written that says NIST will do this within 90 days. It has to be the agency will recommend a standard or write one or whatever, choose whatever method you want. But in 3 years' time, that decision needs to be reviewed, and maybe there's a standard at that time.
Any other observations? I think, from my perspective, one of the aspects really is raising awareness of the fact that standards are not the solution to every problem, right? Yes. Because I think this is one of the issues we're running into now. We're victims of our own success. We've done a really good job in answering, as the standards community, answering some very hard problems. It's an open process, it's an inclusive process, consensus-based. So often, and AI is the poster child for this, it's like, well, the policy-making process is a lot more harder. So let's look to the standards community, we'll make it their problem. They know how to figure, they have this figured out. So I think this is, again, back to this issue about bringing the community along to make them aware of what standards are ideally suited for, where they work, and where they're not the right solution, right? So part of it means actually saying, perhaps, no, this might be something we may not be able to do, but there'll be a time down the line where we may be in a position to be able to do that. Recognizing where we are on time, I think this would probably be a really good place to pause. A couple of things before I turn it back to Jana and our ANSI hosts. What I'd like to do is to actually thank our panel for a really great conversation again, this is not the end of the conversation. I think this is just a step in basically what's going to be a fairly long pathway as we build consensus in the community about how do we go forward. So thank you, everyone, and thanks to ANSI for hosting this panel. And I believe it's going to be Joe who will be giving our closing remarks.
Well, I'll just stay here. Thank you. It's been a long day. It's been a wonderful day. I think outstanding series of discussions, not just for this group, but for previous dialogues and meetings. Even had a nice lunch. Some of us had it later, but we did. And thank you very much for all the great speakers that are participating and for all the people that asked questions and engaged everybody for the longer time and for more interesting and more meaningful input. And it's been a busy day, and I think it's really packed in a tremendous amount of information that we shared with each other, things that we can apply to our own needs, as well as learn from each other's benefits. Broad and diverse as our community is, we do share a lot of plans for ANSI. We certainly want to support and advance new opportunities and collaboration, working together with people that are discussing these subjects, and we'll discuss some more tomorrow. And we also want to turn those insights into coordinated efforts involving stakeholders that are going to work with us. And we want to do all the things that we can to find the solutions for the things that we see as challenges. And I also want to thank many of our sponsors who have helped us and will continue to for the rest of this event. And with that, I'll say have a safe trip. And for those of you who are joining us for the event at 6 o'clock, look forward to seeing you in your dress that you have, or even a fancier one. Have a safe trip. Bye-bye.